the budget, but to monitor a budget throughout the course of the year. So I just wanted to open that up to my colleagues and see if there's any interest in getting more detailed spend plans when we get these monthly reports.
Dr. Hepburn.
I think he's referring to the colleagues, his board, if they want to see additional information for categorical department or division spend.
Okay.
A point of clarification, I just want to specify that I'm not attacking what's not in the budget or what is in the budget. I'm attacking the process of how we're getting to that, and that I just don't want to be a house held accountable. If this works up and the house of cards doesn't fold in, then that's wonderful. But if it does, I don't want to be held accountable. That's my only opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Dr. Zeman is asking, can you just clarify one more time so we have it for the minutes? What is it that you would like us to weigh in on exactly? Do you have specific things you're asking?
Sure, I would love to use the format that we had for the last 2 years to get monthly spends within the major categories and function elements in the budget.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion? I think we're in a space where we need a motion, Ms. Batista, right?
I'm happy to do that. I would make a motion that we, in addition to the monthly reports that we're getting now, include the categorical and functional element breakdown as we have for the past 2 years in our monthly reports.
I would second that.
Okay, so it's been moved by Dr. Zeman and seconded by Mrs. Pham. Is there any public comment on the motion?
Give it a sec.
Two different ones.
Got to give to the microphone. Here we go. I understand Mrs. Pham's concerns. You'll get no argument that we should see budget to actual, as much transparency as humanly possible. But you also have a fund balance policy that flows from state law, which is probably where Mrs. Pham's concerns are coming from, that says that you have to present interim financial statements that show the projected fund balance. That has not been happening, and I don't know how you determine if you fall below 3% if nobody can tell what they're looking at. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to be requesting a meeting with you to make sure that you are crystal clear on what the audit committee's concerns are, because we're going to have a special meeting about it at the audit committee on Teams on the 27th of March to make sure that everyone's clear where our concerns are, so that if, as we're concerned about, the House of Cards collapses, everyone's informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Sorry, I thought she was going to come up. Board discussion on the motion. Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Then we need to now vote on the item F1. All those in favor? Okay, Ms. Thompson.
I just want to clarify, because there's been a lot of statements about how we're not following state statute with this new reporting system, and I just want it to be cleared to the public if we are and if we are not.
Dr. Hepburn.
We are following state statute to the letter of the law. I's dotted, T's crossed.
Thank you, sir. I just think that is something that's circulating in our community, and it needs to be put to rest that we are following state statute. I would also like to say I've heard when I visit schools that they actually like this new formatting, not by a lot of people, because it's not, but the people we talk to, they actually, I think it's more understandable. It's talking in real figures, and it's a better we're better able to have a conversation about it than the previous reports. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All those in favor of F1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. So pass. Oh. Yeah, well, it wasn't amended. It's separate. No. Dr. Zeman's motion didn't really amend F1. It just wasn't, it asked for additional information. Yeah. So, F1 passes 8-1. Next item up is J3. Can I have a motion and a second? been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Board discussion is Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. Could you tell me the difference between this language in the contract for the next 5 years and previous contracts with the City of Miramar?
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Zima. I know what you're alluding to as far as not having a red line. For these type of agreements, I've discovered that we don't usually put the red line version in there, so we will do that moving forward. So board members have all the information at their fingertips to see the difference between the contracts.
Thanks, Chair. This puts the board in a pretty delicate situation. We can either read 16 pages of a contract, understand the entire contract, ask questions about anything that comes up, become an expert in reciprocal use agreements. And I appreciate going forward, Dr. Hepburn, that we will do that. But I'm not comfortable voting for this because we don't have the information that we need to decide whether or not this is in the best interest of our schools and our students. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. All those in favor of item J3 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no.
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 Roll call.
School board members Alhadeff,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Pham. I have a no.
No.
Hickson,
Yes.
Honus,
Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert, Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman.
No.
7-2 passes.
Thank you. The next item up is J5. Can I have a motion and a second to bring J5 to
So
the
moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Dr. Zeman.
Hi, thanks, Chair. I just want to point out that the last time we did have a red line version of a RUA with Weston, it included a statement that said that Broward County would ask permission of the city to use our property. I didn't think that was a good idea. I'm glad that there's a 90-day extension till we can get this right, and I look forward to this coming back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of item J5 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Item carries unanimously. The next item is 01. Can I have a motion and a second on item 01?
So moved.
And moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Is this the doors? So I had 03. I'm 03.
Okay, it had you as 01, not 03, so I'll move it. Okay, Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, I had a question for Wanda Paul. I know at our last meeting, we discussed upping the number of veterans that are on our vendor list. I know we only had one and one. We were the veterans are the lowest, the very lowest. I don't know, you said you're very passionate about this. I was wondering if you've made any type of progress. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Yes, we're still working diligently to bring more veterans in. Myself, Trey, and many of or Mr. Davis, many of us are veterans, and so we are still working towards vamping up the numbers or improving the numbers. Since our last meeting, it's only been about a month, but it's still at the forefront. We're still working towards that.
And through the chair, I just wanted to thank the veterans that went out and did for free voluntary service and cleaned out the canals behind Piper High School. They did that all over one weekend with a lot of volunteers and equipment, and they did that at their cost and without any payment from the school district. So I think they should be acknowledged, and we do appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 01 say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries unanimously. The next item up is 03. Can I have a motion and a second on 03?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So my question is, did we look into bullet-resistant doors and done a cost comparison to wooden doors?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
No, we did not, to my knowledge. I can follow up with my team, but the reason this particular bid was rejected was they did not meet our specifications. So that's why all bids were rejected on this, but we definitely can do some research on bullet-resistant doors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good on O3. Appreciate it.
Okay. And I will echo Mrs. Al-Hadef's concern about wooden doors, as we know that that's probably not the best choice. I know these are to replace wooden doors we already have, but if we're replacing doors, we should be replacing them with something that's safer for our students. So I echo what she says. Thank you. All those in favor of item O3 say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you. This is the time of the agenda where we have split the general public speakers to incorporate a morning session. Each registered speaker is reminded to present their agenda comments in accordance with policy 1020. We will now have our first speaker, which is Trudy Jovanovich.
My name is Dr. Trudy Jovanovich. Thanks to Scott Travis for the informative articles describing what's going on with sex ed in South Florida schools. This series is a glimpse on how the state Republican DOE is interfering with community-driven decisions and changing how vital information is presented to Broward and Palm Beach students. Time to email the Palm Beach and Broward school boards and state delegations to see if they can get the DOE to change their strict interpretation and allow districts to bring back major components of this important curriculum. These curriculum materials have been used for at least 15 years and had been evaluated and approved by several parent committees, as Scott discussed in his articles. In fact, there had been a comprehensive approach to sex education allowed in Florida classrooms, even in 1977, when I began teaching middle school science classes. What he described in the Palm Beach program is appalling, as it is completely stripped down and has turned the clock back to 1955. With all the chaos in the world, I sincerely hope this informative program is not restricted this school year. I urge all of you to discuss this at the board meeting on how the district will make sure that students don't lose a valuable part of their education. Collectively, you should make it clear that there will be an informative sex education program for Broward students this year. This is only one of the many issues. You must collaborate with the Broward delegation during your rally to Tally in order to deliver the best education possible for our students. Use some of your time in Tallahassee to work with the Florida DOE to get the sex ed program approved. Literally, this is an issue where our children's lives could be at stake if they do not receive accurate information. Florida Statute 48-1003.42 states public schools must teach comprehensive health education. That includes prevention of child sexual abuse, exploitation, and human trafficking. Let's follow the law. This is part of the sex ed curriculum. I also brought with me 200 words that the federal government just banned from use. They're words that you would not believe, but they are words that are just incredible. And I'll email them. Words like, and phrases like community equity, diversity, cultural competence, cultural differences, cultural heritage. Let's not go the way of the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Lynch
Good morning again, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh. Couple of quick things. Looks like we still have 3 minutes. Fund balance. The audit committee has more degreed accountants and CPAs on it than your finance department, the board, or your cabinet. Of course, we wouldn't know what we're talking about. Your HR chief is refusing to comply with public records law, which is a state law, and the superintendent is aware. Of course, we're following state statute. DAC has been looking at creating a student-centered framework, which would absolutely include Dr. Holness's item, and I'm glad you tabled it, because you do need to collect data. And we've also, and the student progression plan speaks to grading, and standards of service used to be part of the student progression plan. Fun fact, the contract has 6 pages on student discipline, 2 on curriculum and instruction. Maybe it needs to be changed. All right, getting to why I'm actually here, though, today. The Debbie Espinosa incident, I thought you might like an update. It's been 148 days since the only complaint that was specific to the person who arrested her was submitted to the district and not recognized as a complaint. You've got 32 days left to do something about it. The PBA attorney that wrote that libelous letter about me is very much aware of what an investigation looks like in this district. Mrs. Pham asked the superintendent whether an internal investigation had ever been done. Did she get an answer? No. What we got was a memo from this superintendent saying why we'd be violating that officer's rights if we did another investigation. You have never done an investigation, which in my public records request, you totally know how to do one in this district. You just didn't do it where this incident was concerned. 4.9 is supposed to be followed, but was not. The only question is how many people were involved in covering up what went wrong at the beginning, and then trying to drag me into it when, on one occasion, in one instance, in answering Mrs. Pham and recalling what was put in a Sun Sentinel article, as well as the consultant's report, I uttered the man's name once because I tend to be visual, and his name was on the page I was recalling in my mind. So let's look at that report, and I'm going to be hitting reply all because I don't want anybody to have plausible deniability. You need to do the right thing, find your integrity, find your moral courage, and do right by Debbie Espinosa. The district knows what an investigation is and isn't, and it hasn't been done. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Morse.
Good morning, Nicole Morse, Coral Springs. Less than 2 years ago, against the Superintendent Smiley's recommendation, the MSD boundary change passed with a 4-year phase-out on the basis of safety concerns, even though Chief Alberti, the fire chief, and Superintendent Smiley did a 3-day observation and saw no safety or overcrowding concerns, and noted there were no incident reports to support such claims. You'll remember that Board Member Alston motioned to reject the superintendent's recommendation, and after a 4-3 vote, it moved forward. Coral Springs residents pleaded with the district to postpone the rezoning for a year to see if the new vouchers would have an effect, as many suspected they may. After the change, those who were rezoned begged the district to allow for sibling exceptions and extenuating circumstances, but were denied. So you can imagine how frustrating it was to find out that in the very first month of the new boundary change school year, the principal at MSD was asking for reassignments because the enrollment had dropped so drastic. So those who were not aware, the district did not initiate the boundary change process themselves, as MSD was not the only over-enrolled school in the district, but they were lobbied by Parkland officials and residents. The superintendent at the time, along with demographics and other staff, attended multiple Parkland Commission meetings where they discussed specific proposals from past boundary change attempts. The proposal discussed would be the one that later passed. The entire process was a farce. Now the district wants to quietly open up reassignment seats for MSD less than 2 years into a 4-year boundary process, without even consulting those families who were just rezoned to give them an explanation, offer an apology, or give them priority seats. Some have children attending 2 different high schools, and a lot were walkers to MSD who now have to take a bus to Glades. They were forced to rearrange their everyday lives. For what? To give their seats away. I believe the district has an opportunity to right a wrong by offering them a boundary choice area for the C4 TAS zone so that student siblings and future siblings will have a choice of Glades or MSD, just like the choice area offered for the elementary schools in Parkland. Glades is a fantastic school and most want to stay. However, there are families with current 8th graders at MSD who should be offered the choice. Choice priority could be given to them this year and a boundary choice area created going forward. Considering there are only about 80 kids per year in that zone and MSD is opening 148 seats, this seems extremely fair to ask. Now is the time to right a wrong. Please bring this as a board item so there can be open discussion on what has happened here. I have a question. Can you legally allow for reassignments within a 4-year process, or would this undo the change? And staff has made concessions outside of policy before, specifically during the boundary change process and even now with the Broward Estates window.
Thank
so
you.
we know it can be done.
Thank
Please
you.
right the wrong. Thank you.
Renee Silva.
Good morning. Rene Silva, Coral Springs. Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. Today, with the benefit of hindsight, we can see the unintended consequences that the boundary change that took place 2 years ago for MSD has brought about to the school and the students it was trying to protect. By its own admission, the school has about 150 empty desks for the next school year. And in doing so, it is at risk of losing funding because those desks are going to be empty. So I ask you, with your vision and leadership, to please consider, as the school opens for reassignment, to allow the communities that were sidelined and the students and families that were sidelined 2 years ago to have first priority during that reassignment process, so that those children, should they choose, can have the opportunity to come back home, to come back to MSD. Furthermore, I ask you to please consider making the boundary or making the zone a choice zone so that the families that have soon-to-be high schoolers can have the opportunity to go to MSD, just like my 10-year-old neighbor whose dreams were shattered 2 years ago because now she couldn't attend MSD with her peers from elementary school. There is precedent for this because neighboring communities do have a choice between 2 elementary schools. Putting this as an initiative on your next meeting is worth your time, is worth our community's time, because it rights a wrong and it allows for the community to heal, and it allows for the families that were sidelined 2 years ago to not be further victimized. Now, the desks that were meant for those children are going to be given away countywide. How would you feel if that were the situation for your children? So I ask you to please make this an item for your next board meeting so that we can have a discussion about the future of these families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone here and also the public at large. As we celebrate Women's History Month, I want to take a moment to recognize and thank the incredible women across our district, from our dedicated school board members to the hardworking women in our schools and in our offices. Your leadership and contributions make us all better. And also, I'll be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to my amazing wife. Special thank you to her for her unwavering support. I don't get to sleep on the couch tonight, so Okay. Yeah. Take note, man. Take note, man. This month has been filled with incredible celebrations, and I'm excited to highlight some of the activities that took place across the district. One of the standout moments was the Just Do It Awards, which was by far one of the best events I've attended as a superintendent. Seeing the joy on our students' faces and the pride in their parents' eyes was truly inspiring. It was a powerful reminder of why we do this work every day. With that, I'd like to share a video recap of the month's highlight. Beacon, please play the video. And that completes my report, Chair.
Thank you. And sorry, inadvertently, we had someone on the waiting list and I missed her for public speaking. So Lynn Martzall, if you want to come up for public speaking.
Thank you so much. Lynn Martzell, Executive Director of Intergovernmental Affairs and Communications for the City of Coral Springs. I do thank the board and Superintendent Hepburn for all their work that they do for our 19 traditional public schools inside the City of Coral Springs jurisdiction. We enjoy that relationship with you. You regularly see April White, who could not be here. She's commonly here to advocate for our schools and advocate for our programs. You've heard from two of our residents about the MSD reboundary process, C4. Last week, our commission hosted a workshop followed by a commission meeting in which they adopted a resolution 2025-005 requesting this board to bring forward at a future meeting conversation about providing priority to the families that were impacted by the C4 reboundary process. So I am here speaking on behalf of our commission and speaking on behalf of those families to bring that forward. I did want to let Madam Lori Aladef know that we did receive your memo this morning outlining the reboundary process and what seats would become available. And also wanted to let this board know that through our own communication channels, we are communicating with those families who are impacted about school choice. And when it opens on April 7th, we will continue to do that and we will continue to advocate for those families. So again, I'm here requesting that this board bring this forward at a future meeting on behalf of our commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a presentation by Broward Education Foundation, but I don't think they're quite ready for us yet. So we're going to move to our open items, and then we'll come back to BEF's presentation when they are ready. So this part of the meeting is where we will consider all of the open agenda items. The following open items have been identified for discussion. So the items that have been pulled are AA1, BB2, DD1 and 2, FF1, JJ1, 2, and 3, and then 14, 15, 16, and 17, 001 through 5, double P1, and RR1 and RR2, which are a special order at 12:30. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the open items that have not been pulled for discussion, which include double H1 through 7, AA1, double B1 and 3, FF2, GG1, JJ4 through 13, JJ18, 002, and SS1.
AA1 was pulled.
Oh, okay, so we'll move that on.
I know it's all the way on the right side.
Yes,
I get
I
hidden
know.
over there.
They didn't put, oh, yeah, AA, they have it as pulled, and then they have it as not pulled, but yes, it's pulled. Sorry about that. Okay, can I have a motion in a second?
So second.
It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Are there any registered speakers for the items that have not been pulled?
No registered speakers.
Thank you. All in favor of approving the open agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. And it looks like Broward Education Foundation is ready now, so we'll call them up for their report.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry we're a little bit late and a little bit frazzled, but you guys are actually moving faster today than normal, so that's on me. I told them a different time, so kudos to you, not to me. So Juliet's, over here like, but you told me this. I was like, it's an anomaly. I don't know what to tell you, but kudos to everybody there on the day, so I appreciate it. Really excited today to be here because we get to do what we really love to do most, which is give back to the schools, give back to our students, and give back to our families here at the district to improve what it is that we already know we do well, which is educate. That's why we're an A district. That's why we have the best faculty and staff in the entire country, in my opinion. So what I wanted to do today is express my thanks and my gratitude to one of our greatest partners that we have at the foundation, at the school district, and it's FPL. So we got Juliet Rulak here from FPL. She's going to talk a little bit about, just share that we're going to do a check presentation to 3 different schools today, which we're really excited about. But this has, and I'll ask if I can actually share some larger news that'll be coming a little bit later, but this has spawned off into an amazing partnership that we're excited about, and this continues to be fruitful for us at the district and continuing to give back to our students. So I'll introduce Juliet Rulak.
Good morning. I came in a whirlwind. Thank you for your patience this morning, but hopefully the wait will be worth it. So I'm so proud to be here. At Florida Power and Light Company, we're powering strong communities and making Broward an even better place to work, live, and raise a family. And one of the ways we do that is funding youth and wellness programs. And we understand that our students need to be healthy, both in mind and body, to learn and be great students. We're excited today to support 3 schools in their unique initiatives and thank the Broward Education Foundation for their incredible support in facilitating this effort. The district and foundation are critical for the important work that they do to help our students and teachers. First, Boyd Anderson High. Principal James Griffin, I've worked with him, and he has the Mind and Body Wellness Program at Sand and Spurs Ranch in Pompano. This innovative program has fostered a love for horses while strengthening connections with mentors and partnership development with our equestrian club. The students have had the incredible opportunity to care for, ride, and bond with these significant, magnificent animals, and leading to a profound sense of tranquility and balance in their lives. The experiences offered not only creating strong bonds with the horses, but also cultivated a supportive community among participants. The second school, Dillard High, Principal Bloomfield, has a whole health wellness program created and calls it the Panther Zen Den. I love it. This mental break and relaxation room provides opportunities for students to engage in activities that will help with anxiety, difficulty with sleep, and overall quality of life. The program's goal is for students to gain better brain health, high self-esteem, reduce stress and anxiety, and stronger mental health. We all need that. And finally, Plantation Middle School, working with Principal Kaim. He created the Patriot, providing academic training, resilience, inspiration, and opportunities for transformation. It's a mentoring alliance program that is to empower students with a growth mindset and life skills by fostering skills conducive to growth and achievement, cultivating resilience, motivation, and personal development. The school aims to create a supportive environment that enhances academic skills by transforming this school with a multi-tiered approach to nurturing positive mindsets and mental health within the school community. I am so thrilled to be here to be part of these three initiatives and to give back to our local community by supporting these schools. I would also like to say that last week, FPL called upon the Broward Education Foundation to identify a school for us to partner with during our company-wide week-long Power to Care employee volunteer initiative. And we had several FPL employees read to students at Watkins Elementary in Pembroke Park, and then help with donating plants and planting them and beautifying their property. I had the pleasure of reading Whoosh, a story about a child inventor, and was truly impressed by the students' engagement and thoughtful questions. This year, as FPL celebrates its centennial, we are pleased to support Broward schools that proudly serve our children, contributing to a brighter future for our students. FPL is proud to be working for you, our customers, and our community every single day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we're excited to have, obviously, principals and the assistant principals from these schools. We'd love to take a photo. Really quick, can I mention the 250s? Yes. So in this partnership, we've also continued to grow, but we were just actually awarded for two of our schools at the school district $250,000, so totaling $100,000 next year that will be going to two schools to redoing media center. We're excited about it. So through FPL and what it is that they do. So I was hoping I could talk about it, but she allowed it. She's the boss. So I just wanted to say thank you guys so much. And this is exactly what we love to do through the foundation, is being able to take the time, effort, and energy that our schools continue to put in and hopefully get to fund them. So if we could just take a quick photo and then let you keep moving as fast as you've ever moved in your life in this meeting.
Yes,
I love it.
thank you so much. We're very proud for the partnership as well, and thank you for supporting our students. We will take a quick recess for a photo.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
And welcome back to the regular school board meeting. Next, we have COPA.
Madam Chair, board members, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn, I'm Dorothy Davis Smith, representing the confidential employees of the School Board of Broward County. And I just wanted to come and address the board again today and have an opportunity to say thank you for making salary increases a priority this year. It really means a lot to confidential employees to have a salary increase this year, especially in the times of uncertainties that we are living in right now. It'll go a long way in helping us to maintain our homes and our families. So just quickly, we just want to say thank you again. And as always, we look forward to continuing to do our part to keep Broward an A-rated school district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move to the remaining open agenda items. So the first agenda item to come to the floor is AA1. Can I have a motion and a second? Second. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. We're going to spend $31 million on textbooks. I remember from last year we were making some tough budget decisions and we kicked back science for 1 year. We are moving forward today with that adoption if this passes. I'm curious about the impact, though, of that year suspension. What was the impact on our students of not having science books for the 1 year?
Mr. Sullivan.
We're going to turn it over to Dr. Fulton, our Deputy Superintendent.
So I'm going to pass it on to Mrs. Hollingsworth, who's going to give a more detailed impact. So we didn't have the newly adopted textbooks, but we still had the textbooks that were in adoption prior to that.
I would just second that, yes. So they weren't without, sorry, the microphone's going over. They were not without textbooks or materials. We were in that gap process during that 1 year where we were waiting.
And Chair, I'm curious what impact that had on our students of having the dated book instead of the new book last year.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Hollingsworth.
We certainly would like to have the new materials, so we want to make sure that they get the most current information. So that was definitely not the decision that we wanted, but we went with it.
And Chair, what was the cycle between the last science book and this science book?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Hollingsworth.
I'm going to call on Dr. Wilson. I believe it's 6 years, but I want her to fact check me.
Just talk. It should be.
A 5-year cycle with 3 years by statute to extend those materials to still be in compliance. So we were on year 6.
Terrific. I just want to always keep that front of mind. These books are absolutely central to our core mission. And delaying 1 year may not have had a big impact, but I think we're wise to generally not do that, whether it's science or English or math or civics or global affairs. Great resources for our students allow for great learning. I also do not want to send the signal from this table to Broward County community that we think it's okay to cut corners about our core mission. We're here to educate students. Sliding a book 1 year might be okay, but I don't want the community to think that we did that without, being over the barrel budget-wise and really having to do that, and that the impact was relatively minor because we just kept a book for 1 more year. We always had enough books for every student, which is critical. But given that this is central to our core mission, I'm going to be continuing to watch this to make sure that we get great resources for our kids all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of AA1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Next, can I have a motion and a second on item BB2?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Dr. Holness is not here. Ms. Thompson.
I had my question answered by staff, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I have no issue with this issue. I do want to point out, though, that it is not uncommon for school boards that have 5, 7, or 9 members in Florida to share responsibilities for things. I am concerned that we defer to our chair for virtually everything where there's somebody to stand up. And we have an amazingly talented chair. It's not an issue with an ability. It's really kind of a division of labor because we have eight other people here, and whether it's negotiating a contract or meeting with a key constituent group or representing Broward County Schools at a town hall, I want to make sure that all 8 non-chairs are fully employed to the extent of their energies and abilities on future things. So I'm just opening up, Chair, a concept. You know, the state statute requires the chair to run meetings. But this is a board of 9 people, and Broward County is a big place. And in the future, I might propose some alternate staffing to some of the responsibilities that have just historically in Broward gone to the chair. Not, again, because there's any issue with our chair or our system, but because I want all of us to be able to do all that we can to make a difference. And in some cases, we may have a huge security conference that we need to attend, and we might want Ms. Alladef to go. Or we might have an issue in Central Broward, and we would like School Board Member Holness to represent us. But I just want to open up to us to think a little bit about these assignments and make sure that we're assigning an attorney when we need an attorney, assigning somebody with long history on the board, because this is an issue that has, goes back decades. Those kinds of things will allow the community to see us putting our best school board member forward for each one of the tasks. Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Holness. We're on BB2.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm prepared to go. If you want
You can take Pham, and then I'll be.
Well, I don't have Mrs. Pham on the list. You weren't.
Okay. be
But Mrs. Leonardi
Okay, that's
is
fine.
next. I'll put you next, Mrs. Pham.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. The chair negotiates the contract. Does the contract come to the board subsequent to approval?
Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the contract will come back to the board, as you may recall, and then board members sometimes will have some additional changes at that point.
That was going to be my next question is, do board members have the ability to make amendments and motions on the contract when it comes to us?
Ms. Batista?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Thank you. And I was curious, I know the city of Fort Lauderdale has a new city manager. Does anyone recall who negotiated that contract?
Dr. Hepburn?
For the new city manager, I'm not aware.
It was the mayor. So I think it's pretty standard procedure to have the chair negotiate this contract and other contracts, and then it comes to the board, and the board of all of us have input on those contracts. So I support the chair's authority to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham?
Thank you. Actually, I'm in the adverse. I do not think that we should be negotiating the contract because specifically this board, and I am an attorney, and I did make a recommendation that when it came to the pension for the superintendent Licata, that we do it in a step-up mode as opposed to getting all or nothing. And what happened? He resigned after 10 months and was eligible for a full pension. Had we done that per my suggestion, and maybe perhaps 25% if you stayed a year, 50%, 2 years, 75%. This is Dr. Licata. We're talking Ms. Baum. Or 100% after 4 years. We could have saved this district a lot of money. That was right. That wouldn't have been renegotiable. But it was voted down. Therefore, I think we should have someone, an attorney that's experienced in negotiations, to handle that. I have sat in when Ms. Batista was negotiating with Superintendent Carter. I'm sorry, I'm going to say Carter, but it's the wrong name. Cartwright, yeah. When she was leaving, and one of the statements I heard as being an arbitrator and sitting in on many negotiations, because I was the person making the decisions, Ms. Batista said, well, I didn't say that was my final offer. And I thought, you never bid against yourself. That's like rudimentary. You never do that. So I would feel much more comfortable. And I'm not trying to be critical of anyone. We have to be objective here. The subjectivity has to be removed. And that's what happens. People are voting with their emotions, with their friendships, with their loyalties. This is a billion-dollar business we're representing, billions. That's why it is upsetting that we don't have a CPA running our team. You know, this is a billion-dollar business.
Phams,
I don't want to
please
make
stay on
mistakes.
the
So
topic.
anyway, I would feel much more comfortable if we had an outsourced resource that was an expert in it, and they conducted the negotiations and then came back to the board as a whole. And they made their recommendations after going through the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to give my feedback on the performance of our superintendent. And I am supporting this, that we begin discussion on contract negotiations with the superintendent. The superintendent has been very responsive in majority of what this board has requested. We have become an A district as a result of the team under the leadership of our current superintendent. I think we have improved significantly in how we market Broward County schools. You hear Mr. Chisholm repeat that over and over, choose the best, choose BCPS, and I strongly believe that we are getting to that place. In addition to that, he has shown significant improvement in how we deal with our parents, our stakeholders in terms of customer service. I am so grateful for the formation of the STO office, that we look at our schools that are lower in performance and how we can improve those schools. So there are just so many things, and I think that I would love the discussions to start on a longer term contract for this superintendent, and also items that would be favorable to making sure our superintendent continue to do the good work he's doing. So I am supportive of negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just say that the reason that this came as a B item is because outlined in his current contract, there's a provision requiring the board to vote on a supermajority termination clause after the first year, and we're coming, believe it or not, to the end of the first year of his contract. So I really wanted to have the discussion and bring everything at one time to the board. I'd also like to say that negotiations is with an attorney. It isn't just me sitting in the room with Dr. Hepburn. He has an attorney, we have an attorney, and I'm there to represent the board and just remind you that you all voted for me to do that, and I take that very seriously and appreciate the confidence. I also wanted to bring the contract part forward because, as Dr. Holness just mentioned, given Dr. Hepburn's strong performance and the need to continue the stability that we have and the forward momentum, I think it's in the best interest of our students, staff, and our community to discuss a longer-term contract. Right now, it's a 3-year contract, which means it will end in 2026, if I'm not mistaken. 2027. So we'd like to just look at what we could do to make that a little bit longer. So that's really why I brought the B item forward, to just ask your authority to go into negotiations and see where we land with the superintendent. And I'll wrap this up with Dr. Zeman again.
I appreciate, Chair. Again, my comments were not specifically about this item or this task. It's about doing the best thing for Broward County Schools with all 9 people on the board, given their various expertise. In my own extension of Dr. Holness's comments, it may very well be that things that were agreed to at the very beginning of this 3-year contract, Dr. Hepburn would like to bring up. Like Dr. Holness, I think that we ought to be as flexible as possible, and extending the contract is certainly in the best interest of Broward County Schools, but also listening to him about pieces of that contract to make sure that what we have in our contractual relationship with our superintendent allows us to get the greatest benefit from the superintendent for what we do. Our job is K through 12 education centrally, with a lot of other things added on. But for things that don't pertain to the core mission, I hope that we remain incredibly flexible during these negotiations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of...
Madam Chair, if I
sorry,
may.
Mrs. Batista.
Just wanted to, a point of clarification, the contracts, the employment contracts for the superintendent, historically, and including the one for Dr. Licata and now Dr. Hepburn, when there is a resignation clause, the individual does not receive any severance. So the only thing that is in the contract for a resignation that is stipulated there is just vacation, which is earned by the individual while they're employed in the district, and their sick days, and that's all they receive.
Thank you. All those in favor of item BB2 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries 8-1. The next item to the floor is item DD1. Could I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Mrs. Pham.
DD1.
Through the chair, this is for Dr. Hepburn. I know that Watkins Elementary had the greatest amount of equipment losses. I just wanted to know what guardrails, if any, have you requested to be added so we don't allow this to go on and perpetuate to such a large degree?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'll defer that to Dr. Fulton in the applicable regional office. For Watkins.
For the property inventory audit? Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, out of all the schools, Watkins had the greatest losses. It was quite large and went unidentified for a long period, or longer period it appeared to be, unless that happened over the short term. I'm just wondering what guardrails you since put in place or recommended.
So what we have, actually with all of them, but I will speak specifically for Watkins, and I will have Mr. Strauss, who's also the regional superintendent, that may add anything that I may miss. With property and inventory, we're starting to see some of the controls for when we were doing COVID laptops, and now at that time, we were distributing laptops to families that needed them. And so a lot of those, we're not being able to capture them today, so we have been working with the chief auditor to ensure that they are not on the list for the P&I, so therefore schools are not getting hit with that. And additionally, there are other controls, not just for Watkins that we're doing for all of our schools, and we are doing our own controls internally before the chief auditor and his staff comes out to do the property inventory audits, and those are done on a quarterly basis. And we just do spot checks. We'll take the entire inventory and pick a few items that may be on there and spot check to make sure that we have proper controls and making sure that they are where they are supposed to be. And if not, we're being proactive to ensure reconciliation of the property and inventory database system that we have.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item DD1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is DD2. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair, and I apologize for slowing us down here a little bit today, but this is an audit with a finding that got some discussion at the audit committee, certainly got some pushback from the principal, from the BSC, from the regional superintendent, and from the director. And at the end of the day, if you look at the standard practice bulletin that we put out to our schools through the Business Support Center and through, I think, Chair, do SPBs come out under the signature of the Chief Financial Officer or under the signature of the Business Support Center?
Dr. Hepburn.
BSC.
BSC. So BSC puts out these standard practice bulletins. In this particular case, there's a key word that the principal, the director, the regional superintendent, and the director of the BSC all keyed on, which said, you should. Not you can't, but you should. And so allocating funds, according to the standard practice bulletin, where it says this is something you should do, is different than what you can or cannot do. I am not an auditor, but I do have some degree of common sense, and I'm hoping that we can talk a little bit about this, get a deeper explanation of why there's an exception in this audit, and we will think about it in view of this exception. And Chair, I just want to make sure that my information is correctly on this. When there's an exception of a school-based audit, that gets listed on the principal's evaluation. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
That's correct.
So the consequence of this, which I believe, after spending several hours on this, is uncertain. I don't think it's an exception. I don't think it's not an exception. It's just it's like the rules say you shouldn't spend more than 15% on something. They spent 50% of it. The principal felt it was a critical need for the school. And I think the principal's letter to the auditor was pretty clear. And my read of the principal SPB, again, it says you shouldn't, but it doesn't say you can't do this. And I don't want to mar a principal's record who's been teaching for decades and leading for decades over something that's ambiguous. And I think that our audits ought to reflect that. An exception on a permanent record of a teacher is a scar. It would prevent them from lots of other things in their career. And I just have tried to figure out a way to understand this. It certainly came up for a discussion at the audit committee. There's plenty of things in your attachment on pages 110 to 118 that talk about this. But I just need to learn more about this. And I guess the first question I have, Chair, is what's the authority of the board on this item if we don't agree with one of the exceptions in the audit report?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'll defer that to Ms. Batista.
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the action that is here is just receiving the internal funds audit report. It is not to accept the findings necessarily or reject the findings. It's just to accept the report. As far as, if there is information that you feel needs additional either information or action, then you would go through the process that you are going through now, which is discussing it here at the board and perhaps asking for some more information from the auditor.
And I intend to do that. But after we do that, what authority does the board have if we vote against this item and not accept the audit? Is it substantial? If in fact we don't agree that this finding, this exception is appropriate, and we vote against the item, what happens to the audit?
So again, you can't really vote against the item. It's not what's on the item today. So it's the audit is done through the discretion of the audit experts that put it together. So I'm not sure what would be your recourse if you wanted to reject the audit itself, since that's not even the action that the board is taking at this point.
Well, I'd like to imagine that the elected school board of Broward County is more than 9 houseplants who look at documents they don't agree with and pass them anyway. Like at some point we have to look at audits and say somebody's career is being damaged by this, and there's no evidence that this is a black and white exception, and we'd like to do something about that. So what do we have the authority to do?
So again, other than receiving, that's the requested action, is to receive the audit. I would have to research if you have any other authority as to that particular audit or finding to make any type of, rejection regarding that particular finding.
I'm sorry, so you would need more time to research that to figure out what our authorities are?
Correct.
I appreciate that. I am very, very uncomfortable with this. Again, the guiding bulletin says it's something you should not do, not something you cannot do. This is a $10,000 expense that a principal did. She got permission from the BSC to do it. She got permission from her director to do it. And she got approval in the end from a regional superintendent to do it. That's a lot of heft. Like if I ask Alan Strauss about something like 9,000 times, I get the right answer. He's been around a while. If I go to the expert in the staff, it's going to be the BSC who wrote this bulletin, right? And this principal did all that, and now we're still going to, in essence, mark her career as having an exception to an internal audit? So, Chair, I'm interested in any other comments that we have for the board, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Board Member Zeman, for bringing this up. I agree with him, and I think that the response from the BSC is very telling. I think they set forth a great argument that this should not be mar on the principal's record. And actually the language, it doesn't say should, it says it is generally acceptable for schools to utilize 10 to 15% of the general fund balance to pay for school improvements. So generally acceptable is even more vague than should, in my opinion. And so having sought the counsel of various leaders from different departments and relied on that, I don't see how we could put a blemish on this principal's record. So I also would like to see how we can
Madam Chair?
move forward to object to that.
Ms. Batista.
If I may offer, perhaps then there should be a motion, or you would like to make a motion, the board would like to make a motion to table or to postpone the item until the next board meeting, so that I have an opportunity to see how, if there is anything that the board can do as to that particular finding.
I appreciate that. And with your, do you mind if I take back the microphone? I would like to do that, General Counsel. And again, I have been through several thousand audits. And although I'm not an auditor, I have a lot of experience with audits. And lots of times an audit ends with seeking more clarity. You know, going back to the principal, going back to the BSC director, Mr. Smith, going back to the director, to the regional superintendent, to the CFO, to anybody. And we own the bulletins that we give principals. So if in fact the bulletin said it's generally accepted to do something, that's different than saying you may not, or that you may, or the like. And in this case, I think there's just a lot of subjectivity, you know, about this, and a $10,000 expense where there's no missing money, there's no gross mismanagement of funds from one account to another. I think that this is not the appropriate conclusion to come to in an audit, and I'm glad that the audit committee flagged this, and as did other people who sit on the audit committee. And I move to table this till April 15th to learn from the general counsel and to learn from the chief auditor together what we can do about this audit so that it reflects potentially a different outcome on this particular exception.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff to table the item until April 15th. Is there any public comment on the motion? Any board discussion on the motion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item up is item FF1. Have a motion and a second.
Second, motion moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi, and this is I pulled it. I just wanted to, as I like to do monthly, say thank you and congratulations to the Grants Department. This month, they have brought in $223,161 of additional money to our district for different things for our students, and we appreciate your time and effort for that, so thank you. All those in favor of FF1 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is JJ1. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. So this is a change order for Northside Elementary. And on the change order, it says the contract time will be increased by 1,272 days. I'm just wondering if that can be, if someone could explain that a little bit.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Good afternoon, Board. I'll have Mike McIntyre from AECOM speak to that item.
Michael McIntyre, AECOM, through the board, Chair. On this particular change order, it is adding time that's already been used up. The time was needed to change the design on the mechanical system. The system was designed to be an exterior system. The manufacturer of the equipment did not allow that to occur. They would not warranty the equipment. So the system had to be redesigned and then permitted and then installed. So that's what the time is. It's a cumulative of previously used time.
Thank you. And I think this, for me, is symbolic of some larger issues at Northside. Northside was routinely in the conversation about redefining schools. And I would argue that the facilities issues at Northside, which is, a beautiful, historic beacon in the city of Fort Lauderdale, but a lot of the facilities issues, I think, contribute to some of the enrollment issues we see at this school. I visited the school a couple months ago, speaking with the former principal. She pointed out Building 3 has been in construction for quite some time. They haven't been able to use the building in several years. She was not clear about what the holdup was. She pointed to a roof leaking, destroying some walls in the building and cabinets. And that really contributes to the curb appeal of the school. She noted that the school needs to be painted. And then there are some issues, major issues with the playground there. And so, again, when we talk about enrollment, when a parent walks through a school and there's a roof leaking or an entire building is unable to be used because of delays in construction, we're really not helping ourselves. So I wanted to, when I saw this on the agenda, I really wanted to highlight those issues because we are really doing students a disservice by not getting a handle on the facilities and these projects.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. Ms. Leonardi took all my great bullet points, so I'm going to be even briefer than I would have been, but I will point out that change order took 3.5 years. Anybody on this board happy with a 3.5-year change order? The community is really angry, and we just can't keep seeing these things and not express their anger publicly. In this particular case, it's a historic landmark, and not being able to use that school and then demand that they become an A school district when they're a 100% Title I school just doesn't make sense to the community, and we've got to figure this out. I recently, Ms. Leonardi, got made aware of a change order that had been put in for $5,900, and 6 months later it got approved at $5,300. Like, was the 6 month really worth the $600 difference? And what I want the board to think about as we're going through the transformation to an all y'all, get it out, spend the money kind of program is, we hire contractors for critical technical skills that they want to provide to us and we need. But they get paid by the month, not by the job. Contractors get paid by the job, right? The GCs. So what's the broken incentive there? Anybody tell me? We hire contractors who get paid more if there's long delays. That's why we need a robust government staff, to make sure that things like $600 don't hold up a project for 6 months. That's a tiny one, right? But this one is a big one, and 3.5 years is just too much. I cannot wait to see what the new structure will look like between government, Broward County Public School staff, and contractors. The need to dramatically increase spend, to think deeply about facade upgrades. Like, we asked the superintendent to bring us A-rated district schools. We really want to be the best school district in the county, but have we done facade upgrades that encourage people to come and visit our schools? Because once they visit our schools, to my knowledge, they're pretty excited. They meet the principal, the AP, the academic coach. They're far more likely to enroll in that school. But how do we get those potential students to come visit our schools? That has a lot to do with how it looks. We have too many schools where the front of their school is a chiller. We have too many schools where the old sign is still up because we replaced all the signs after Ivan, but we didn't fund the tearing down the old crappy signs. And so you drive past the crappy sign to see the nice sign. Those kinds of things, I think we need a cohesive approach that is inclusive of our construction spend to help us achieve our strategic goals. 3.5 years wait for a change order at Northside is not acceptable. The community is angry, and they should be. And we have to keep talking about it until the change orders come back in a much more reasonable time frame. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of JJ1, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. The next item is JJ2. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. This one I brought up, so I have a question. In the executive summary, it says if the board votes yes, the contractor will be granted 30 days of delays that were unforeseeable and beyond its control. But then when you go down to the change order items, this is actually a consultant omission. So either it's unforeseen or it's a consultant omission. So this is conflicting information. Dr. Hepburn, can someone explain why it says two different things?
Ms. Paul?
Mr. McIntyre.
Mike McIntyre, AECom, to the chair. It is an omission. On the first question on the contractor will be compensated as unforeseeable. It was unforeseeable to the contractor, but it is a design omission. It will be carried as a design omission. There is no liability to the contractor on this one, and we will be looking at the architect for recovery.
Okay, thank you, but it needs to be worded different then, I think, because initially it said unforeseen, and I keep track of this.
I agree.
So, and I'll just point out that there were 3 consultant omissions, and part of that is because it comes, we're looking at it as somebody missed something, but if it's really unforeseen, that's different, right? There are a lot of unforeseen things that happen. So I think it's important we get it right. But there are 3 consultant omissions for a total of $38,465.94, which was way better this month, I will say, than the trends were going the last couple of months. So I hope it stays in the low numbers as we move forward. But thank you for the explanation. All those in favor of JJ2 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Passes unanimously. The next item up is JJ3. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This involves, I think it's Parkway Parkway Elementary School. Hold on.
Central Park.
Central Park
Elementary School.
Elementary School. And the reason I'm really concerned about this is because we just got a recent request for 634 additional days to be added. That's almost 2 years. This is construction work has been going on, at least, and looking at the records, since 2021. It appears that the contractor is already in litigation with us in reference to another build out. And I just wanted to know, the records seem to indicate that this change is being supported by AECom, and it's going to be determined as part of or included in the litigation possibly that's already pending. But I just want to know if at this point in the game, if we need to, this is phase 2, we're starting, get an alternative contractor to step in to at least expedite this, because this is going to be really realistically 5 years or more. And as we've all been discussing, of course, we want these schools to be done. We want to attract other parents, and it's not fair to our children as well. So through the chair, if AECom can at least see if this is a consideration or why this wouldn't be a good idea. But it just seems like this is really getting dragged out. This is also the 8th change order. Oh.
Mr. McIntyre?
Mike McIntyre, AECom, through the chair. These 634 days are not additional days going forward. They are in the past. They are work days that have been accrued to this point. The TIA review has been performed, and a total of 634 days is needed to be added to the contract to bring the contract date up to the real timeline, up to reality. So we're not adding an additional 634 days going forward. This is to contractually add the 634 days that have been accrued to this point.
Okay, point of clarification. If AECom could advise how 634 days of additional work was done without coming before the board to even get that or seek that approval.
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. McIntyre?
The additional time was needed to complete the original contract work. So this is a basket of errors associated with typical renovation work. The roof permitting took a lot longer than it should have, so that delayed the project. We had a lot of existing conditions that existed that were unknowns associated with plumbing. And the TIA found basically that the time was not accrued to the contractor. The time was accrued to the owner for delays and the AE for delays.
Additional point of clarification, please. When you say to the owner, does that mean us, contributed to us? And that my question to you was, how come, not that there was these delays, but how come these delays did not come before this board in order to get approval for almost 2 years of work that's now you're telling us in hindsight we owe this retroactively?
Dr. Hepburn. Dr. Hepburn.
And I'm going to call on you in a minute, Mike, for further clarification. But if you look at, Ms. Pham, if you look at the executive summary on the left-hand side under total project budget, you'll see change order dates that came to the board, 6/2/2019, 7/18/23, 9/12/23. So it's come before the board about 3 times before for previous change orders.
Is change order 8 there? Because that's what this is labeled, change order number 8.
Go ahead, Mike. Mr. McIntyre, sorry.
This is the first time this change order is coming to the board. There have been previous board approvals of change orders of whether it was additional funding for work, additional work that was found to be needed because it was unforeseen, or there were correction of errors. TIAs are traditionally done once on a project. We have been doing more than one TA, but it's usually a TIA, a time impact analysis, is done to capture all time elements that are delays, and then assign ownership of the liability at one time. So that's why a TIA of this size comes now versus doing it piecemeal, because the unknowns are too great until you get to the end. And then you do a TIA at the end. We are presently at the end. We're at 98% complete. And you're correct, this is in litigation. This contractor has a number of projects in litigation. But you bring a TIA at the end so you can capture all delays and assign the responsible parties their liability.
Thank you for your response.
Sure.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. All those in favor of item JJ3 say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is JJ14. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Mrs. Rupert. Mrs. Rupert.
I'm sorry.
JJ14.
Sorry. Yep, I got it right here. JJ14 about Pompano Beach Middle School, change order credit, $85,030.73. My question, and I was trying to get into the email, but I wasn't able to. My question was, why is the installation of 3 dampers in Building 5 and 2 louvers on Building 6, which was included in the original scope, not required any longer?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. McIntyre?
Michael McIntyre, AECom, through the board. The louvers and the dampers are no longer required. The engineer of record has made a determination that they're not necessary. A determination that design was made, they were, but now it is not necessary for the systems to function properly.
Through the superintendent? Another question.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
Okay, so you're stating that this is not a safety issue, none of the above, and that what they thought was required, or it was required at one time, but now it's not any longer? So as long as we're not making...
Correct. Item 1 is a safety issue. Item 2 is not on this change order. Item 1 has the structural elements.
Right.
And that is being carved out to be done separately.
Okay.
Otherwise it would extend the project history.
Right.
Duration longer than it needs to. So item 2 isn't needed any longer, and it's not a safety issue. Item 1 is a safety issue. It's structural upgrades that are necessary for the building to be utilized.
That was a great answer, and one that was required so I could vote on this, so I appreciate that. And then I had part 2 of the same item, is the credited amount of the 85 blah, 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 will be returned for what aspect of this program? Or is it going to go in for the...
It goes into the carve-out, correct.
Okay, there you go with that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of JJ14 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Passes unanimously. The next item up is JJ15. Can I have a motion and a second?
So, second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Mrs. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had propounded a request for information from staff in reference to this. I want to thank you for getting back to me. The answers were really thorough and complete, really was enlightening. I want to thank you for that. And I just asked one additional thing, if you wouldn't mind saying to the public. On there was one vendor that was certified and the other vendors were not. Would you just explain the difference between the vendor that was certified as compared to uncertified? Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
So basically, the certified company goes through our process, works with our staff to get certified, to understand what the rules are in working with us, and it just makes it a lot easier for them to transition and work with the district.
Through the chair, if you might clarify even more, provide more details. When you said they're certified, what is that process? What kind of certification or documentation do they have to produce? Do they have to have a higher level of insurance? What is involved with that?
It's not a higher level of insurance, and I can provide you with all of the background of the certification process as a follow-on.
I thank you for that, but is there any way you can just read it to the public now? Because I get asked that question.
I'm not sure if Ms. Andreu is here.
She just walked in.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms. Andreu.
Good morning, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director, Operations. In terms of certification, they do have to supply additional documentation online. They have to supply their SunBiz, their tax returns, all of the required information to become certified. To answer your question, Ms. Pham, you asked about the criteria used, and is there a preference in terms of
Someone that's certified over someone that's not certified? Yes.
That is project specific based on if any goals from the goal setting committee were assigned to that particular solicitation. Then there could be preference points or price preference depending on what the solicitation calls for and how many vendors we have available. Also, in reference to your question, we also explain that per policy, Through our Supplier Diversity and Outreach Program, we are committed to ensuring that small, minority, veteran, and women-owned businesses have an opportunity to bid on all solicitations with Broward County Public Schools. And they are trustworthy, experienced, and reliable.
I thank you again for your response, your written response, as well as your oral response. Thank you so much for providing that additional information.
Thank you. All those in favor of item JJ15, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Next item is JJ16. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Mrs. Pullman?
Thank you, Chair. So this is a additional funding request for South Broward High School to complete life safety repairs, which I fully support. I was just wondering, because it states here, structural repairs and replacements necessary to ensure the safety of students and staff. I was wondering what the timeline is for making these repairs.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Paul?
Mr. McIntyre?
Good morning, Sonia Coley through the chair. I'm sorry, what was the question again?
What's the timeline for the anticipated timeline for making the repairs proposed in this item?
So there are 3 separate projects here. We're going to combine 2 of the projects. We have the drawings. We have not put the solicitation out yet, or through a construction services minor project, until we get the funding approved. So once we get the funding approved, then we can get a time frame. So we can follow up with that.
Okay. So what would be? Is there a estimated timeline, or I mean, are we talking months, years?
No, I can't give you a time frame right now. We have to get with the contractor, but I would say no more than maybe 6 months to get it done. I'll have to follow up again with you on that.
Okay, thank you. And then part of this has, one of the projects is asbestos abatement in the auditorium. There's currently an auditorium renovation in progress. Is that going to delay the renovation?
They have to do the abatement, so there may be a little bit of delay in that.
How much time do you think?
I don't know. I'll have to get with them. I'll get back to you on that and get the schedule from environmental to determine how long it would take them to do the abatement.
Okay, and was that just discovered? Because my understanding was that the project was going forward and there was work being done on the auditorium. So
it was probably discovered after they remove some of the panels, but I'll have to again follow up with that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while I will be certainly supportive of this item, I just have some questions. I know it mentioned necessity of structural repairs and replacement and transferring some of these from PPO due to the complexity of the work to capital programs. So I just wanted to find out when a facilities assessment was done regarding South Broward. Can the staff explain why these concerns, because it's $3 million, weren't discovered during the facilities assessment? Does it have to do with the quality of the facilities assessment, how it was done, and then obviously if that's the case, we have a lesson to learn going forward?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, I'll ask Ms. Paul for providing the details, but you hit it on the nod. The quality of the assessment that was done didn't go beyond scratching the surface, so to speak, to identify a lot of issues that have plagued this program altogether.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, based on your response, as you mentioned, this has been an ongoing concern district-wide in terms of how the assessment of the facilities, and if you know, as we go forward, you know, I think it's important when we go out and we ask taxpayers for money to do work, that it's important that we assess the work to be done properly, right? Because that results in delays, increased cost, all these things. And we look at this is $3 million. I'm very supportive because I want the work to be done. but I think it's a lesson going forward that we really have to have quality assessment done. And I don't know if this was as a result of the company we hired, or this was as a result of how we needed the work, how we decided to have the assessment done. And are you able to speak to that?
Dr. Hepburn.
I can't totally speak to what happened in the past, but I can speak to right now. We have higher expectations and better expertise on the district side to ensure that the work is done properly this time. That will present in early summer for the facilities condition assessment that's being performed right now.
Okay, so for these facilities condition assessments done in the past, was it done by one company or more than one company, and who were these?
Ms. Paul?
I can speak a little bit to it. I think it was done by one company with the collaboration of the district. So I was not here, and I can't speak to the past, but I know that in many cases and I've done a number of assessments or work with companies, you kind of get what you pay for. And so I think that it was a little bit of both in terms of how it went. But I think one of the most important things that we look at, in our current space is what Dr. Hepburn alluded to earlier, that our expectations are a lot higher, I think. We learned from the district as a whole, learned from the previous assessment. And what's currently happening now with Bureau Veritas is the right way to do it. And so, I can't explain, since I wasn't here, what happened in the past. All I can do is read documents, but I know that we're going in the right direction. And I think the current approach is the correct approach for the district going forward. But also keep in mind, the assessment was done in 2014. We're 11 years removed from that assessment. And so our buildings, we just can't freeze our buildings in time and say that 2014 should have caught every single thing that happened over the 11 years. That's not how it works. But, one thing that we're very confident about is that we learn from the past, and as we move forward, my expectation is that we won't have the same difficulties that we had over this last Smart Bond program.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I do agree with Ms. Paul that sometimes you kind of get what you pay for, but at times you pay more for what you get. And so I don't know which of those two happened here. Did we pay more for what we got, or did we get what we paid for?
Dr. Hepburn.
Sounds like we got what we paid for. As Ms. Paul just said, we've been reviewing documents ever since I started, ever since she started, just to lessons learned from mistakes that have happened in the past, just to make sure they're not repeated. But through Ms. Paul's expertise and several other large school districts, that she's done this work with great success. And have a clear understanding of directions that large school districts should take when it comes to performing facilities conditions assessment, and also updating the board about the next steps after that process is complete, so we can make the best decision possible moving forward, especially for our taxpayers.
Okay, so thank you so much, Madam Chair. I will be supporting the item, but as I mentioned for the record, I am really concerned about the facilities assessment and any company that was involved in doing so. And going forward, I hope we can correct that in terms of good use of taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Chair, thanks so much. $2.7 million for life safety. Chair, is there any higher priority in our construction budget than life safety?
Dr. Hepburn.
I would say no, this is one of the highest priorities, to keep our staff and our students safe at our schools.
I appreciate that. Chair, I wonder if, given that this is life safety, that we might think about accelerating this process to max speed. I appreciate a quick estimate of 6 months. I mean, that's great. I was kind of going to be snarky and ask my colleagues if anyone thinks it'll be done in 6 months, but I'm not going to go there today. I will go, though, the other way, which is it's worth thinking about, what is the fastest authorized process we have to get a contractor out there for a life safety issue. So I'm going to watch this project, and I'm going to report every time we have a school board meeting about where we're at. And I'd like to know how fast we can improve this life safety issue at South Broward High School. I'd also like to know a couple things. The item says that the rain gutter is going to be de-scoped from the renovation project and included in the railing replacement project. Will that cause a delay in this life safety project?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Mr. McIntyre?
Sonia Coley through the chair. No, it will not.
That was a no, it will not.
Oh, thank you so much, Ms. Coley. Second question, I swear this board has given the superintendent the authority to do a lot of stuff, but this item says he can't spend $10,000 on a life safety issue. General Counsel, why can't the superintendent spend $10,000 on a life safety issue?
Ms. Batista.
So there is no prohibition for the superintendent to do that. There is, depending on whatever the particular contract or agreement says, there may be provisions that the board has not delegated to the superintendent to sign off on. And that's the reason it would have to come to the board for approval.
Chair, is it your general understanding that we've given the superintendent the authority to execute money, particularly for high priority items like a life safety issue of $10,000?
It is my understanding, but I know there's also a cap, so I'm not sure if that plays into why this has to come back to us.
I hope that I hope we can look at that in the future and think about it, because if there's a life safety issue in one of our schools, I sure would love maybe Ms. Coley should have the authority, or the chief financial facilities officer should have. Somebody should have the authority to execute public dollars when it's the life safety of our students involved. I hope that, Chair, we also can look at the general authorities. I think we approved things, and then they had caps, and then exceptions, and then footnotes, and things like that. I know that in an organization this complex and this big, there are things that the superintendent ought to be able to approve and get done. And again, when we did that, Chair, we said, come back and report to us when you do it, right? So it's not like he's doing this in the dark of night. He does it because we need a CEO to be able to do that, and then he puts it in, I think we said, his weekly report within a week, something like that. The last issue is a big deal to me, because I hope we can think hard about ROI. We're about to make some big decisions about either facade upgrades or capital projects. We're going to look at next year's and maybe even the next 2 or 3 years' budgets and start to approve design projects, things that the board might think are really important, and we can actually execute design of those things so that down the road that we can make decisions separately about constructing them. But we have to do something about ROI. If this is a life safety issue, I suspect there is an ROI with this, like a very immeasurably large one. Excuse me, not immeasurably large, but measurably large. If this allows for an area of the school to be used safely rather than otherwise, I hope that we think a little bit about doing that work, Superintendent, so that we can help this board make decisions about, based on the FCA and the ROI, where we get the greatest bang for the buck. Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Hepburn, you wanted to address something.
No, nothing to add. Ms. Paul? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Paul.
Dr. Zeman, as
Yes,
you
ma'am.
recall, it's a 3% cap on the project, and that's why you get these type change orders. And what we're trying to do, and we'll bring it to the board, is to increase it to 5%, which will be equal to the retainage.
And Chair, again, I'm a little bit out of order here, but to the extent that we can get that on a future item as a staff item and not a BB item, that would be great. But I think it would be a good, solid discussion on this board to ensure that we're giving our superintendent and you, frankly, the authority to make decisions to get things done. It's frustrating to hear about 3.5-year change orders. It's frustrating, and I'll tell you, Brenda Pham's not here, but it was in Miss Pham's district where Plantation Park Elementary School waited 6 months to get approval on a $5,000 change order. We've got to make those decisions fast. It just doesn't make any sense to the community. You know, community members spend $20,000 on their bathrooms. And when the plumber comes to them and says, oh my gosh, we tore the floor open and there's no subfloor, you're going to have to spend another $1,000 on grade B plywood, the owner goes, well, of course, get on it, you know. But we spent 6 months looking at a $5,000 change order at Plantation Park Elementary School. And Ms. Pham should be hearing about that from everybody that, you know, uses that school, because it's not acceptable to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a quick question. So we approved, I think at the last school board meeting, a large chunk of money for minor contract issues, right? It's so that smaller things PPO couldn't do, these companies that were listed could do it. Is this an item that would fall under that contract?
No,
Dr.
ma'am.
Hepburn?
Ms. Paul?
No, no, ma'am.
Okay, what, can you
Because
explain
this,
why not?
so PPO handles minor construction projects, and basically, the separation is the dollar amount, as well as the scope of the project. So this is part, the Broward project is part of the overall project. So oftentimes when we come to the board and we give you, whether it's a TIA, we give you the history of a project and stuff, this is part of the Broward project of that school. So this, I would not recommend trying to carve this out for PPO to handle. They have enough in terms of emergency work orders that they work on and so forth. So minor construction projects are just that, minor construction projects.
Okay, because in the discussion here, I heard someone say minor construction projects with this in mind, so that's why I was asking. All right, all those in favor of JJ 16, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous, but it is 6-0. Next item is JJ 17. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. This is Margate Elementary School's edition. I would like to thank Dr. Hepburn, Dr. Licata, AECOM, Lego Construction, Atkins, and Ms. Paul and her team for moving these much-needed projects to be completed, I'm hoping, before the end of the school year. Do we have that bit of information through the superintendent?
Dr. Hepburn.
Repeat that question, Ms. Rupert, I'm sorry.
Are we going to have the finishing touches on this before they get into a next school year?
Ms. Paul?
If you're asking, will the building be occupiable for the next school year? Based on the comments, yes, and based on the project timeline. So I will go to Mr. McIntyre and see if he has any concerns, but I think it will be completed for the upcoming school year.
That's what I was hoping to get on the record, and I appreciate that.
Mike McIntyre, AECOM, through the chair. Building is occupied. The building is complete. Punch list is done. This is the contractor's final closeout because the punch list is done.
Right. So that's an awesome thing. And I'm telling you, there will not be any principal in this district that's going to be happier than Tommy Schroeder at Margate L, because he has been a tremendous leader, just getting there on Saturdays to make sure the construction people showed up. I mean, if someone was pushing, he was definitely pushing it, and he even became an A school again during this whole process. So kudos to him. Thank you to our team, and I look forward to seeing it as soon as I can. Thanks.
Thank you. All those in favor of item JJ 17, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Passes unanimously 8-0. The next item is 001. Can I have a motion and a second? Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Mrs. Rupert.
Hold on. I got it right here, I think. Yep. Okay, so when I was going through it, I got a little confused. Can you please explain what the first two sentences mean under the background and history section? So that was in my original question, because when you're looking at the background history, it was a little confluy there. And it said FNS intends to replace 27 aging vans over the next 3 years, which are, quote, 10 years, and we don't know what 10 years. 10 years old, 10 years in the making?
10 years old. And as you know, we're trying, and perhaps we can make that a little bit clearer in the future, but we have really old vehicles within the fleet.
Yeah.
And so my expectation is that we upgrade our fleet and then we exit the aging vehicles that we currently have over this time period, and not to continue to have them in the fleet going forward. So it's part of our strategy to make sure that we provide reliable vehicles to our team.
Perfect, thank you. And then one last question. Through the superintendent, have the technical college programs replaced any trucks or vehicles within this current school year?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
So this particular purchase is for driver ed vehicles, and you know, we've completed the delivery of them, but yes, we are still needing additional vehicles throughout the district.
Okay.
So we do take that into consideration.
Perfect, thank you so much, I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
How many vehicles are we buying with $5 million?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
We, for 2024, 2025, 73.
Thank you. And this item is proposing to use a piggyback contract. Did we shop around a dozen or so piggyback contracts to see which one had the best?
This is a state contract, so we tend to get the best prices going off a state contract.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I'll just say I'm very glad to see this moving forward. We've been asking, they have been asking for new driver's ed vehicles for a little while, so I know you've just made a group of people very happy. So thank you. All those in favor of item 001 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. The next item is 003. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just have two quick questions. For this is transportation, I'm assuming, for field trips and no, this is not?
That's the next item, Ms. Pham.
Yeah, 003 is construction services minor projects.
Oh, okay. Sorry, here's my note down here. For 003 with the construction amount, I think it's either 7 million or 7.5 million that would be allowed per project, or would that be per contractor for one?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
I'm not sure where you're getting that figure from. This construction services minor projects, I think, is what Ms. Hickson was alluding to previously, and these are projects that our physical plant operations department is responsible for. They tend to be minor projects that deal with, you know, all across the spectrum of services for our schools.
So would this be, I think the cap that is allowed without coming before the board is either 7 million or 7.5 million, am I right?
So projects funded in an ADFP and estimated not to exceed 7.5 million per project in construction cost.
Okay.
So that gives PPO the flexibility of assigning projects to vendors. We don't have those internal resources or staff to do the scope of these projects, so we're able to go out to contractors to do them for us.
Okay. And two questions. One is, I just wanted assurance that these vendors, specifically, they have a prior proven track record with the school district?
Yes,
I mean,
we look at that as we assign projects, and so many of our firms, we have long-standing relationships with them. Some are SM veterans and minority businesses, and just a whole gamut of firms. And in many cases, we use them for minor projects as well as some of our
and the
construction
second thing, I'm afraid of things being broken down into piecemeal. So a specific contractor could collect massive amounts of money over the year by piecemealing a project for this or that. Are we the ones that are outlining the projects
Yes, we
to assign, not the contractor?
Yeah, we scope out the projects. We give them very specific guidelines of what we need on these CM or CSMP projects.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I'm really excited about this item. To my knowledge, Chair, this is going to fill kind of a gap, right? We have small projects PPO can do. They're generally not $7.5 million. And we have a lot of companies in Broward County that would like to do the work, fully capable of doing the work and get the work done. Chair, I'm curious, are these vendors, well, let me just start with the contract question. How many people bid to be part of this group?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Paul.
I'll have our procurement executive director ask that, but it just depends typically on the particular job skill set or the item. Some, like we're roofing, we may have more contractors, electrical, more, just depends on the specific trade that we're looking for.
I appreciate that. I'm curious about the answer because there's been a concerted effort amongst a lot of people to, one, make Broward County Schools a better contract partner, pay on time, to show up for more and more timely inspections. And so if you could get back to me and let me know how many people bid on it, it'd be nice to get a report card back on how that is going. Like I said, this is exciting because it fills a gap. It's bigger than PPO, but less than a formal acquisition. Chair, do you think that there is a way that we could accelerate the procurement and contracting with these 17 firms so that we might get more medium-sized projects finished?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Paul.
So PPO collaborates very closely with AECOM to help fill those gaps. And so that relationship is already there. And I think because, we meet every week and we talk about any concerns we have on the SMART side or capital side, as well as on the PPO side, that collaboration is actually working. And so some of this acceleration that you're seeing is a result of that.
Thank you. And Chair, how does the process work? Somebody identified, let's just say there's another life safety issue that comes up at Fort Lauderdale High School, and it's around a $5 million project, not big enough that a major construction firm's going to, move out their tools and people to work on it, but kind of perfect for this sweet spot of 17 vendors. How do we select a vendor to come and do a project of that size?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Paul.
So I'll have Ms. Andreu speak to that, but we do have vendors that are have been brought to the board. This is an example of those vendors, and when we have emergency projects, we have to get somebody on board, and these vendors have been very reliable for us. But Ms. Andreu can speak to the process a little deeper.
Thank you.
Sonia Coley through the chair. So with the CSMP process, we actually send out a request for estimating order because we already have them on bid. So we just have to get that request from them.
And Chair, how long does that roughly take? It's lovely, right? Like Broward County is so excited that there's 17 pre-approved vendors you throw out a task order, the ones in the right categories that can do that work, then respond. If you don't mind, how long does it take before we identify a need, before we get a contractor under contract?
So typically, what the estimating order will give, we'll have drawings already prepared, and we will provide them with the drawings, and they have 30 days to give us an estimate. And some get it back within 15 days.
I appreciate that. And I asked, how long does it take to get them under contract, not how long
I'm
they have
sorry.
to respond?
My apologies. It takes probably about 30 days to get them under contract.
That's world speed in Broward County. So thank you very much.
Dr. Zeman, if I may add, we work very closely. Obviously, procurement is under my umbrella, but we work very collaboratively with Ms. Andreu and her staff. If we do need to accelerate something based on whatever the situation is, emergency, she's always in the room with us.
And I appreciate that. That's wise to always have Jennifer Andreu in any meeting. Second, she's our head of procurement, so that's great. I'm just going to put a couple items here together. Why didn't we use this list for South Broward?
So again, South Broward was a SMART program, a large renovation. And then it depends on at what stage when you discover that there's an issue. Asbestos abatements is a very specialized skill set. As I said before, it was already a project under AACOM's control. And so throughout the project, and Mike McIntyre could probably speak to this, there were certain discoveries. It wasn't in the original scope of the project. And due to the size of it, it was decided that it stay within AACOM's scope.
Terrific. And the only reason I asked, Chair, is that it sounds to me like this is fast. Like 30 days, under contract, mobilize, give them a plat area, move out, get things done.
Well,
sometimes the bigger contractors, because it's a small piece of a bigger project, may not have that same kind of urgency to get things done and get paid like one of these smaller contractors. So I'm not saying that was a great idea. I'm just trying to connect the dots here between we had this need at South Broward. It's 2.7, which is under the 7.5. We have these 17 contractors. Possibly they could have done it faster. I'm just raising it a rhetorical issue, not anything beyond.
We have to be cautious, too, of the bandwidth of PPO and them managing projects. They just, I think, recently hired a project manager, which they never had before. And so, again, we have to balance, the amount of work across both on the capital side, on the AACOM SMART side, as well as the needs of our individual schools that may not have a SMART project going on and so forth.
That's terrific. And Chair, we do have one outstanding issue from our last school board meeting that we just have to think a little bit about bringing it back related to this, which is if, in fact, we want to get going, if we want spend to get better, if we want to work toward a 2028 bond, and we need to spend more money, do we want to have the board authorize the hiring of new positions now or at the next available school board meeting rather than waiting until July 1st? So that would give us about 3 more months of interviewing and hiring time for what we know to be needs on project managers, construction managers, building department, and the like. And I'll sit down with the superintendent and see if there's a way to identify some of the minimum needs that we have and what the cost for that is, and bring that back at the next school board meeting on the 15th. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, though, because it sounded like Dr. Seaman was asking what I asked, and you said, no, these contracts couldn't be used for that, but he was really excited that they could be. So can you just clarify that?
It's a dollar amount, so we have a certain limit that we don't go above for CSMP contracts. And then it's the scope of the project and the extent of the project. Keep in mind that PPO is tasked with doing maintenance, regular maintenance. And so when they have a CSMP, it's for a very discrete, specific need. So we do not utilize PPO similar to what we utilize AACOM to do.
Right, I get that, but he mentioned like a $5,000 emergency project, and the indication was, yes, this could be used for that, but I don't think that's what you're saying, but you said yes to it. So
So we have projects that come up at our schools. Something happens. We're able, for instance, canopies, right? we're able to exercise a contract under CSMP to get canopies installed at schools or particular schools. So it just depends on the type of project, the timeline of the project, and the dollar amount of the project.
I think, Chair, what's fascinating about this item is there's now 17 new vendors that we can put a task order out for $7.5 million or less, and we can get contracts awarded in 30 days. And because they're smaller firms, they're much more likely to mobilize quickly and get things done. So these are all good kind of indicators of how you giddy up and get going on things. And we already have one sitting right in front of us that'll add a lot of commercial contracting construction capability to Broward County Schools. The 2.7 just happened to fit, but it fits better with some of the other construction folks that are already mobilized there, and I get that. I just wanted to kind of put those 2 points together so that we can see how cool this item really will be for Broward County Schools.
Thank you. And is it not a standard practice? I remember voting for these on a yearly basis. We traditionally, this isn't a new idea. This is something we've continued.
We've always had this, but what we're trying to do, a good example is pressure washing, where we were able to bring on the mom and pops to help us with some of the pressure washing across the district. But we don't want to run PPO as a construction company.
I hear you.
Their role is maintenance.
Yep. I just wanted to clarify because it sounded like we were asking the same question, but we got different answers. So all those in favor of item 003 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great. Next item up is 004. Can I have a motion
So
and a
moved.
second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick question. I'm assuming that this transportation budget that you're looking for additional funds, the 400,000, 200,000, is this for field trips and light things?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, that's correct. This is for transportation to field trips and other activities that we typically can't do with our own school buses due to time constraints.
And this is for 2025, 2026, or this is 2024 or 2025 field trips?
Dr. Hepburn.
This is for current year and into next school year.
And I just wanted to ask the budget that you had set aside for 2025, 2026, and also for 2024, 2025. Is it 200,000, or are we looking at you coming back at some point for additional funds?
This is money that's already in school budgets and department budgets for certain activities and engagements. So they'll be paying for the transportation out of their existing budgets.
But will you be coming back, will the schools be coming back to us for additional funds, or that's all that's needed for the year, the school year?
We typically bring this back every year to approve the vendors so so our students can take advantage of the opportunities. And so it will be in their school budgets for transportation costs and things like that. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the financial analysis worksheet, I did notice that none of the 16 awarded vendors appears to be MWBE firms. And I know that we're just looking for additional spend. But out of my own concern, is there any of these 16 companies, or are there any of them that are considered MWBE firms? And if there is none, can you tell us why?
Dr. Hepburn.
See Ms. Andrea back there. Go ahead, Ms. Andrea.
Thank you for the question. There are MWBE firms listed. I believe Atlantic Charters is an MWBE firm, and they did receive payments in upwards of $220,000.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Andrea, but is there a reason that we didn't identify that under MWBE status in the financial analysis worksheet? Otherwise, I would not have had the questions.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Andrea.
Thank you, Superintendent. It's recognized in the executive summary, so my apologies. We could maybe add another asterisk on the financial analysis, but it is on the executive summary.
Okay, and besides Atlantic Charter, is there any other MWBE firms?
As you know, sometimes certain firms may expire at certain periods. So looking at the list, I can tell you I would have to check to see if King's College was. I would have to see if they're currently to date still certified, because sometimes they expire and have that lapse in time, but they were previously one as well.
Okay, okay. So I appreciate that, Ms. Andre, and I'd just like to say, as we continue to attract vendors to Broward County Schools, we have 16 vendors providing transportation services. We have one that's confirmed as an MWBE firm, and possibly there could be another. I still encourage the district to make sure that we are providing opportunities for MWBE firms to do business with Broward County Schools, because out of these 16, we only have one. So I think we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 004 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay, the motion carries 8-0. Next item is item 005. Can I have a motion and a
So
second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Dr. Zeman.
Chair, thanks a lot. For people who love to think a little bit outside the box now and then related to data and things like that, this is really exciting that we bought this software. We've used it for a year. It's tracking our consumption of electricity, as you all know, from your home bills, but also from the bills we get. The price of a kilowatt hour is going up, and it's going up astronomically. The only thing that goes up faster than the cost of electricity is the cost of water. And since those are two things that we buy in huge amounts, those are things that we have to think about in future budgets. In this particular case, though, what I'm curious about, Chair, is are we using these data to find like buildings that have either a lot of electrical use or just a little bit of electrical use? So, for example, if we're finding some, we have a whole bunch of 20 classroom buildings all over Broward County Schools. If we put them all into one column and looked at their electrical usage, are we trying to learn from those that operate the same kind of building at a lower electrical footprint than those that don't?
Dr. Hepburn.
I have Ms. Paul talk about how her team utilizes the data and react to it.
So this is actually pretty cool because it tracks and analyzes our utility cost and usage. It looks for spikes, abnormal spikes that occur. So we're able to kind of utilize this across the district to look for those very same things that you mentioned. Also, it identifies duplicate bills, so we don't pay bills twice, or missing bills. So it gives us basically a vision across the district as it relates to utility management.
And Chair, just as a item to be responded to later, this is all part of activity-based costing. So we have water usage, electrical uses, waste management kind of expenses. And because we run such a huge organization with 239 campuses, this is kind of the beginning, I think, of looking at activity-based costing. I would love to see a handful of like buildings that we have, like compared in terms of their energy usage, and just to get an example of where we have made changes so that those that are wasting energy through keeping doors open and having old windows and keeping the thermostats in the wrong places and things like that, have made adjustments that lower the cost to Broward County School. It's a big question. It's not something that we ought to be able to answer quickly, but I'd love to get that as a follow-up just because it's so exciting to be able to go to our schools and go to our communities and say, guess what? This middle school had a building, it was out of the normal bounds of what we thought, and what we found is they had different policies about door openings and things like that. We changed those policies and their price came way down. I'm just keep looking for more and more examples of us doing right so that we can get out and advertise those opportunities as well. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 005 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Passes unanimously. The next item is PP1. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff.
We have a registered speaker, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Trudy Dramatimus.
Dr. Wright, you got it. My name is Dr. Trudy Jamanovich. There are a lot of changes on here that I think you have to be really careful about looking at. This is not only looking at how we register students, but how we deal with homeless students, whether students do have a Social Security card or don't have a Social Security card. I saw a lot of things that made me queasy because I worry about an executive order saying possibly we might have to look differently at the way we do this policy. And so I think one of the things you're going to have to do is make it so that it can be either changed quickly, or you should, try to make it so that it's kind of a little more vague. I don't know how else to put it. Immunization status is another issue that's brought up here. And I thought I had heard something about that was changed at the state level where immunizations were not required. So those are just all things that, as I read this, I worked, they forced me to be an AP for 1 year because they couldn't find anybody else. And one of the things that I had to do was this kind of thing. And it's so difficult with homeless students, with students that may have weird immigration status. It's one of those things that I had to deal with years ago, and I really see this as an important policy. So please read it carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. My questions were answered by staff already, so thank you.
Okay, great. All those in favor of item P1, say aye.
I'd like to speak.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I thought I was on here. Yes. No, I'm not. Yeah, thank you. I just got I reviewed the amendments that were just more recently changed, because at one point in time we took out the word, we were substituting the word live somewhere. So anyway, I have serious concerns about this because we already heard today from Nicole Morse, and speaking about at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, the boundary controls are not effective. It's not fair to the other students that were attending there, and now it's open where other students can come in. Under this, now we've changed the language where it says, hold on. Well, let me just pull it back up. I know we're using residents in one area, and then we're using primary residents somewhere else. So that's an error. We need to be actually very specific so we're not ambiguous. But what we have here, and we have taken out of more than 50% of the time, wait a minute, the primary residence and/or address. Now we're using address instead of live there. So someone can use an address where if they're staying at a hotel on weekends, if they're staying with a grandparent, so it doesn't have any kind of restriction as far as, or definition, what an address is. It's not even right here, just says primary residence. It doesn't say primary address. You can use an address for your driver's license. You don't, I can use an address or P.O. box, to receive items. It's not even, that's ambiguous. Now you've spread it where it can be someplace that's not even habitable. You know what I mean? Where someone could just use a church as an address. So I would dispute that language. I would also, it says here, with parents, if applicable. I think we need to say, what does that mean, if applicable? Is that applicable in your definition or by court definition that they're no longer part of it? I disagree with that too. I am for taking out of all the ambiguities within this, until such time I can't support it, because I think it would be challenged, and I would love to be one that challenged it.
Mrs. Pham, did you want to make motions? Because we're voting on the actual policy, so it won't come back to us again.
My motion would be to, one, in front of any place where it says residence, primary residence, the word primary would appear. Okay, so that's throughout the document. In addition, I would remove the word address, because normally a boundary, state boundary, country boundary, it's you're residing in that country, not you're coming to visit that country and you're at that address. So I would say that we use remove the term address and stick with primary residence as we did, and or domicile, if you want to add domicile too, primary residence or domicile. So that would be my motion. So it would be motion to substitute residence for primary residence and or domicile in lieu of residence and address and or address throughout the document.
Is there a second? Oh, Ms. Batista.
Mrs. Hickson, can we have the exact place where these changes are being proposed? I think staff may need to respond to some of these items.
Okay, Mrs. Pham, can you tell whether you're on the red line version or the clean version and what page?
I'm on the red line version.
Okay, so what pages are you looking at?
I'm looking at the definition specifically in the beginning. So that'd be page 1 of 16. Okay. And it says now address and or residence. So it's my motion that that be primary residence and or domicile. And that would be consistent wherever that appears throughout the policy.
It is definition A. So you've crossed out primary residence, and right under it, it says primary residence and or addresses.
It's right above it. It says address and or residence. So you would actually have to have the word primary residence and remove again address, and it would be primary residence and or domicile. So right there in the definition title, number 2A, and then throughout the document thereafter. So you have fourth line down says primary residence, but you don't state primary residence in the definition itself, in the title and the definition. That all has to be consistent.
Ms. Batista, can you indicate, is there a difference between saying address and domicile?
I think staff is here to discuss the language.
Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
Thank you. I'm going to introduce Dr. Danny Shapiro to go up to the podium, our Director of School Counseling.
Ms. Hickson, point of order. Did we get a second?
We did not.
Nope.
Okay. We did not. Well, I think we were trying to clarify before. Anybody second so Mrs. Pham's motion was to put in primary residence is there, but take out address and add domicile instead of address in that particular place.
And or domicile.
Yes.
And primary residence is not in this fourth sentence down. It just says residence. So you went from not having primary to, and then you do have primary in the fourth down. So they're not consistent. The title is not consistent with the language contained in the chapter.
Okay. Mrs. Bowman.
I'll second her motion.
Okay. So, Mr. Shapiro.
Or Dr. Washington.
I'll go. Good morning, everyone. Jody Washington, Task Assigned Executive Director, Student Services Initiatives. I think a couple of things that we have to be mindful of. We do have students who share housing and may not be in the fortune to have a primary residence, and we need to be mindful of those particular students and not limit their ability to register within our schools as well.
Just for the education of the board or clarification, can you go through the step of a student in that situation? How do we register them? How do we identify their address that they're registering with, all those things?
Yes, thank you for that question. We do have a shared housing questionnaire that students do complete as part of their registration. They actually complete it annually so that we can assess the needs of our students. This is one of the ways that we identify students for our HEART program, or our Homeless Resource Initiative. And in order for them to be able to register in school, they do have to either fill out a shared housing affidavit. So if they're staying with family or if they're staying with a friend, that there is an affidavit that they have to complete that is signed by a notary. They also may be residing at that moment in a hotel. They may not have a primary residence. They may be sleeping in their car. But we do connect them with the resources. There is a process that we go through following the results of the shared housing questionnaire to make sure that those students have access to schooling.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on the motion?
Yes, I was going to say, similar to Ms. Washington, you're required by law to provide for the homeless. And so that is, you have to be careful about how you word the things because of that. The other thing is there are people that live on boats. I had some when I taught at Sunrise Middle School. So there are, it's difficult for them, they might have a post office box. But, so that's, I don't know how they figured out, where that person on the boat, I guess where the boat yard was, or where, the boat was anchored. But anyway, those are all kinds of weird things that happen within this policy. So I'm glad you're looking at it. Thank you.
Point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
The definition now contained there describes an address refers to the home, not a boat, not a post office box. It's saying a home. All I'm saying that should be removed because it creates ambiguity, because an address can be used when it's not a home. But if that's the definition the school district wants to give, that when you use that address, then therefore it becomes your home. And that's in the definition section, number 2, section A. And it says address and/or address refers to the home where the student and, if applicable, a parent reside. Okay? So if you're calling that has to be somewhere where they're staying, and then it goes on to say more than 50% of the time. So if they're living in their car, that can be a residence.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman. Mrs. Bowman.
I'm not commenting at all on the right for any homeless student to be enrolled in a school. I just think that the 2 sentences and the definitions of address and/or residence are a little confusing. And so looking for clarity. So if a primary residence or address refers to the home where the student and, if applicable, parent reside the majority of time, typically more than 50%, right? That's the primary residence or address. Now, then the second sentence says address and/or residence shall mean the home location where the student and a parent are primarily living. I guess I'm confused about the distinction between those 2 sentences. Is it redundant? Are we supposed to draw that primary comes in this primary residence definition in the sentence above? It just is unclear to me.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Washington.
So in this particular definition, the home is being defined as where you lay your head at night, right? Where you sleep. So we think typically of a home being the house we own, the house we rent. Some people, where they lay their head at night is a hotel. So I think if we get too specific, we're going to limit and put unnecessary barriers in place for our most vulnerable students.
And if I may, Mrs. Hickson, just to address Ms. Bullman's question, the language in the second sentence, actually this was Mrs. Pham's question as well, the language that discusses, it says address and/or residence, and that being different from the initial sentence where it talks about a primary residence. That second address and/or residence is referring to a court order. So the first part of the definition is the definition for purposes of the district, what the district considers the place for an address or residence. It would be the primary residence, and or address refers to the home where the student and, if applicable, a parent resides the majority of the time, typically more than 50%, or as specified by a court order in cases of shared 50% custody, it would be the address and or residence shall mean the home location where the student and a parent, if applicable, are primarily living. So again, it doesn't, even though the word primary is not there, it's defined within that sentence at the end by saying they're primarily living there. So I don't think that there is any problem with saying primary, adding the word primary residence to after 50% custody, stating address and or primary residence. If that's the motion, I think that's the motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because the following sentence, again, goes back to residence, and it says, residence does not refer to citizenship, so that would be primary residence.
But the motion said primary residence and to take out address and put domicile instead of address.
The second part of it was, yes, to replace the word address with domicile. Because I know there's definitions, clear and unambiguous definitions for residency and for domicile. No question about it. And the difference would be, I'm sure as everyone knows, our president in Washington, that's his domicile, his residence is Palm Beach. He resides in Florida. His intent is to return to Florida.
Okay. Any other board discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Motion fails. So back to the original double P1. All those in favor of double P1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries 8-1. Okay, the next item, can we take them together? Okay, so the next item up for discussion is RR1. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, so it's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Although, let's see, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. Just a lot of money here. You know, the community sees these agendas. They see 225 million, 115 million. I understand cops and gobs. I'm not sure, you know, that the item is particularly clear. What I'd like to ask, Chair, is that somebody give us a plain English sentence or two that describes what we're doing in RR1 and RR2.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Johnson.
We have quite a number of bonds that are called for July 1. And what we're doing is, like, for example, refinancing your house. We're refinancing those bonds to have savings to the district.
Terrific. So I think in a plain English term, we have bonds. Because the interest rate fluctuations, the value of those bonds go up or down, and we're picking a date and saying, hey, we want to do the bonds now, and we're going to make a little money on it because the interest rate has gone down, and so the value of those bonds has gone up, and so we're selling them and making a little money. I just want to be really clear about that. We're not taxing anybody $340 million. We're just executing some bonds, making a little money on the side, which is great. It's a heck of a side hustle you have, Chief Financial Officer, making us 8 figures on the timing of the bond. Thank you very much for doing that.
Okay, great. All those in favor of RR1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Great, passes unanimously. The next item is RR2. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Then moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. I don't have anyone speaking on that, so all those in favor of RR1 say aye. Aye.
RR2, Chair.
I'm sorry, RR2. I'm sorry. RR2. Aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. So thank you very much for that. I recessed the meeting for the court. SS1 was not. Okay, Yes, so we have exhausted all of our items. Very excited to say that, but we do have some other business. So before we move to that other business,
When free time comes up, I'd like to add a couple comments. Thank you, Chair.
okay, that's where so in order to expedite afterwards, we're going to move to board member comments. So let me get to there. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any discussion or student successes to bring forth to the superintendent for consideration? Dr. Zeman.
I do, and I appreciate the introduction, but General Counsel, this is still an open school board meeting right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. There's three things I want to bring up. One is a little bit of a rock the world thing that we learned at our legislative session last week, which is the state has both a House bill and a Senate bill to mandate repurposing in counties throughout Florida. The intimation at our legislative meeting is that they're going to set a capacity limit and they're going to set a number of years, and districts are going to have to comply with that by direction of the Department of Ed. To me, that's important for people to know, whether you're in favor of it or not in favor of it. Your representatives and your senators are going to be debating that over the next couple months, and it's very possible that something like that could come down from Tallahassee. I know that a lot of us will be up there talking to reps and to committees and to senators and to commissioners and anyone else that is appropriate, but that's a big deal. If the state tells us to go to 90%, that means 33 schools in Broward County will have to close. So I want everyone to be aware, pro, con, or somewhere in the middle. You've been warned. Second, Chair, I'd like to get a current status as of 12/20 today on Broward County's ability to offer sex ed curriculum this year.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the segue also. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Sullivan to talk about that issue and also give since we're talking about legislative days, give an update about legislative days for next week too.
Thanks, Sue.
Thank you, Superintendent. John Sullivan, Chief Communication and Legislative Affairs Officer. As it relates to our reproductive health and prevention curriculum, the team continues to work closely with our partners up in Tallahassee in the Department of Education. We do believe we will receive feedback later this week. We're not entirely sure if that feedback will be one of approval or we would need to make further adjustments, but we will be hearing from them later this week as it relates to our curriculum. But we cannot offer it until we get an approved curriculum.
Thanks, Chair. Just one more item, and I appreciate the last comment, Mr. Sullivan. The law is very clear. The law says that you will submit sex ed curriculum by level, it turns out, as we are and have, and we will get approval back. Do we have, Chair, any approval for sex ed curriculum in Broward County right now?
Dr. Hepburn.
No, we do not.
So did we get any feedback from the state on K through 3 sex ed curriculum that we submitted?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Washington.
Good morning. Yes, we have received feedback on K through 2 and 3 through 5. I've not yet received feedback on 6 to 8. Depending on what I get for 6 to 8 will impact what is submitted for 9 to 12. But we have received some feedback.
And Chair, does that mean K through 5 has gotten state approval for the sex ed curriculum that we submitted?
Dr. Hepburn.
No, that doesn't mean we received state approval.
And if I may?
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Just to add, historically, we don't give these, and Dr. Washington, correct me, we don't give this instruction to our students until about May, the last quarter of the school year. So we still have time to do that. So that's why we are ensuring that we're continuously having communications with the state so we're able to offer that curriculum to our students in this current school year.
Terrific. And last question on this topic, Chair, what's Plan B? If we do not get approval from Department of Ed, what is Plan B for Broward County to educate our students in comprehensive sex ed?
Through the Chair.
Mr. Sullivan.
There's really no Plan B. Ms. Batista can stop me, but the law, I believe, is pretty clear. Not only do we have to submit to the state, but we have to have their approval before we can offer that curriculum to our students.
Terrific. And Chair, I'm going to submit a question formally on this, but I'm going to ask before the next school board meeting what the predicted implication is of not offering comprehensive sex ed in Broward County. This has a lot to do with the health of our students, both through their behavior and behavior of others. And it'll be an interesting question for the staff to come back and talk to us about implications of that lack of Plan B. Last question, Chair, is really about Marjory Stoneman Douglas and boundaries. What authority does the school board have to do things like provide priority enrollment for the people that were moved out of the MSD district for last year?
It's a great question. I have the same one. Dr.
thank
Hepburn?
you. Yeah.
I'll defer that question to Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn, Madam Chair. So there is a very specific policy that the board has. The boundary policy, that process has been completed, as you all know. And then the next steps right now is that the reassignment process, or there would be a reassignment process because there are seats that are empty. So that you would have to abide by your policy related to reassignment. So there isn't any leeway to change that sort of like midstream without going back and changing the actual policy and making amendments to the policy.
So, Chair, let me just play this out. We had a very lengthy, fully informed decision about the boundary for Marjory Stoneman Douglas. The board made a decision. Our projections of enrollment were as accurate as they were, but now we have, seats available for reassignment. And if I understand the General Counsel correct, this board has no authority to provide priority reassignments to the people who got moved out of Marjory Stoneman Douglas boundary area.
That is correct. The policy does not provide for reassignments priority based on those categories.
Terrific. And what would our current policy say about people who apply for reassignment? What is the criteria used to determine which students get to go to the school that they would like to go to? So just the scenario is, I know that a speaker said there's 150 seats available. That might be 40 per year, though. It's not 100.
No, it's this year.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You corrected me and helped us out. Thanks. So 150 seats available now for freshmen, right? And, there's going to be more than 150 that are likely to want to go to Marjory Stoneman Douglas. What criteria does our policy say we must use for selecting who gets placed at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
Okay. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, I'm going to have Dr. Wanza educate us on that.
So, good afternoon, Dr. Zeman. I was not correcting you, so I hope you didn't take it that way.
A lot of people do, though, and it's good.
Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. So, a couple of things. The school has requested reassignments, not just for 9th grade. It could be 9th and 10th grade, but it's wherever they have availability based on their projection. And right now, it's 147. That's why the memo says approximately 150. And so, according to the policy that the board adopted on October 15th of 2024. So in the first semester of this school year, the policy is very specific, and it says that when there are seats available at any school for reassignment, the priorities are honored. These priorities are honored prior to a randomized, wait, hold on, let me get to the right one. Reassignments. So we know that we have students of military. Hold on one second. We know that we have also in the collective bargaining agreement, particularly the collective bargaining agreement for teachers. Mm-hmm. It speaks to employees, children in an innovation zone. So if I'm an elementary teacher in the innovation zone, and my child is a high school student, so I get a priority as well. And so it is dependent children of military, school board, full or part-time school board employees, students who have been relocated due to foster care placement, students who move subject to a court order change in custody. Then we have, lastly, it's students who reside in the county. So we have very specific assignment priorities that are predicated on law and then also on what the board did in policy. There's nothing that speaks to students impacted or affected by a prior boundary change. We know that siblings is also a priority in the policy as well.
Thank you very much, Chair. So Dr. Wanza so aptly identified some conditions in which people would go to the head of the line to enroll. Is that correct, Chair?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wanza?
So those are given priority, yes, prior to, and then the last one is everybody else who does not meet one of those criteria.
Terrific. So I think you had 5 or 6 different criteria, from military member down to court-ordered change in custody and things like that. Those folks would get a seat, and then after that, the list goes in random draw on a certain date, and some people, you know, it's almost like a waiting for Superman model, right? You know, they're all just waiting for that ball to be pulled out, and if their ball's pulled out, they get to go to MSD. In the movie, it was Harlem Children's Zone Schools. I don't think, given the start date today, that we have enough time to change our policy. Is that correct, Chair?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, that's correct, unless Ms. Batista says otherwise.
You would not have time to do it before the end of the school year, before the process is over.
Terrific. And I remember reviewing the policy, Dr. Wands. I remember thinking about all those conditions, and they all made sense. Failure on me not to think in the opportunity set way of thinking, and a little bit of positive psychology of what other groups might make sense. I think had we done that, we might have put people who just got boundaried out as having a higher priority, or even geographic proximity as something that might have made sense. But we did not do that in our policy, and according to our general counsel, we don't have time to do what some of the speakers and emailers have asked us to do, which is to open that TAS back up for priority enrollment. Chair, is there anything else that people in that area who got moved out of the boundary could do, in your knowledge, to get any priority toward the reassignment seats?
So I guess I would jump into your time to ask a question, because in our policy, it does have boundary choice as defined. So I guess I would ask the superintendent, could we do boundary choice for that group of students to allow them to either select Coral Glades or MSD in the upcoming school year?
From my understanding, we're going by policy, so that would not be applicable. If Ms. Batista wants to weigh in to say otherwise.
Well, I'll just say on policy 8010, letter D says boundary choice area. I guess it's just definitions, but I don't know how a school gets assigned to be a boundary choice other than the school board saying that that area could be a boundary choice.
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So, Ms. Batista, correct me if I'm wrong. That is established during the boundary process. A boundary choice area is established when we go through a boundary process. And that is why it was expressed that the boundary process was concluded on January 22nd, when the board officially voted and established the attendance areas for the 25-26 school year.
So let me borrow some of Ms. Hickson's time back. That was a decision of the school board.
Mm-hmm.
Could the school board, Ms. Batista, bring that item back and redo the boundaries for next year?
Ms. Batista.
You would be able to do that, but you're not going to be able to do it for this year in time to make the enrollment for next year.
Could you walk us through the calendar that suggests that we don't have time to do that? I think we have a school board meeting on April. In fact, we're in a school board meeting right now.
Yes, but this is not a regular policy. This is a boundary policy. So the choice of boundary process is a whole entire boundary process that comes, within the boundary policy. And I don't know if, I don't see Mr. Beck.
So
here.
Mr. Beck will be on his way down, but in the policy revisions that the board approved back in September for policy 8010, it prescribes the full boundary process. The boundary process in and of itself is rulemaking. So we would have to follow the process that the board prescribed in its policy in 8010 if you want us now to reconsider or redo a boundary.
Thank you, and I view this as the end of that discussion, so I appreciate the deep knowledge and the collaboration between our attorney and the deep experience we have on senior staff. I still would like to think about it between now and April 15th and see if there isn't some way to determine whether or not we could give priority enrollment for the assignment seats at Marjory Stoneman Douglas. So I'll just leave that up, and we'll have a separate conversation unless you wanted to add more, Dr. Wanza.
Well, I just want to go back to policy 8010. And in the policy, it expressly says the superintendent shall, no later than the second week of March of every year, bring the final recommendations to conclude the process. So I just, and that's why I keep deferring to Ms. Batista around the policy revisions that were approved by the board in September as it relates to the boundary process.
I'm with you, but
Okay.
that date is not dispositive in the sense that the superintendent can't right now say, hey, that TAS is reboundary to for choice to that, because the rulemaking prohibits us from making any actions beyond the ones that we already took.
That is correct.
Yeah, so that's awesome, and it's just amazing. We are in the second week of March, so you might get excited thinking that actually allows it, but that doesn't govern what we're able to do as much as the rule-making policy does, which has very strict timelines and deadlines for public hearings and the like. So I'm resigned to that right now, but I'm going to continue to work on that between now and April 15th to see if there isn't some opportunity that we have to make some changes. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a separate comment, but I'd just like to concur with Dr. Zeman. And I would like actually to take it a little bit further. The C4 area, I would like, regardless of whether or not it can occur this year or not, I would like for the superintendent to come back to us with some timelines as to when this can be accomplished, where the C4 becomes a choice area as far as those impacted students. I hear Dr. Wanza and I understand the process, but I still would like to have some detailed timeline as to when this can be accomplished. And if it can't be accomplished this year, then what's the inhibition in moving forward to make it a choice area for subsequent years? So I'd like the superintendent to bring back a timeline as to when we can accomplish the C4 being a boundary choice area.
Dr. Hepburn.
If it's the will of the board, then take direction from the board.
I think
Okay.
I am for that.
Everybody okay with asking Dr. Hepburn to come back with the timeline for when we can look at, you want that in a workshop? Are you asking to have a discussion about it in a workshop? Or you just want to follow up with a timeline?
Well, I from what I'm hearing from members of the board, it appears that we would like to see C4 being a boundary choice area, but the inhibition here is the timeline in getting that done for the upcoming year. So if the superintendent can bring back information as to when that can be accomplished, and then it can come back to the board for a vote.
And just to expand the thinking a little bit, I would ask Dr. Holness to think about it coming back under a variety of options. MSD now has seats available.
Right.
So is it a school choice? Is it reboundaried back into MSD? Is there more space that can fit in there to fill up that amazing school? I think all those things the board should think about. Again, if we're going to go through rulemaking and look at the 26-27 year, we have a lot more options than just choice boundary.
Understand.
Okay, so, hold on.
Yeah, understand. I am just, I would just be cautious in terms of the less complicated and the most straightforward path we can take for those impacted students in the C4 to be able to have a choice, I think is the direction that I would prefer that we proceed.
Okay, so let's take a consensus on that. I'll put you on the list. Ms.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, so there are two policies, right? One of them talks about boundary choice areas, and what that entails is a whole entire complete boundary process to begin from beginning to end, and that would be the timeline. So the timeline is the same timeline that we've always had for boundaries, which takes quite a bit of time. There is meetings with the community, and we are all familiar with that process as we just recently had it. So that would be the timeline to change the C4 to a choice area. That would be for next year, and I would have to go through the boundary process. And then we have the other policy, which is the reassignment policy, which we've just talked about, which talks about the priorities for this year. What are the priorities, how they are stated in the policy, and unfortunately they do not have anything about, they don't have any language about geographic location or any of that sort.
Okay, so let's take a consensus, I guess, to if everybody's interested in having the superintendent bring back to us C4 as a choice
area,
boundaried area. So we'll just, Mrs. Pham, are you agreement with that?
Yes.
Ms. Bowman, Dr. Zeman, Mrs. Leonardi, I'm a yes. Ms. Thompson?
I had a question before to give consensus, because we're discussing as a larger picture redefining our district. We're having another iteration. Wouldn't this be a better suited conversation for that process, so that we're not looking at one specific school, we're looking at the district as a whole? And I would like Dr. Hepburn's recommendation on that.
Dr. Hepburn.
That would be the process I would like to follow, right? As holistically a look at the entire district instead of just focusing on one area. So that's just my take.
I'll just throw out, I did ask that question because I don't disagree, and I was told that this area probably won't be impacted by redefining, so it wouldn't fold into the conversation. So that's, I'm just going to throw out, that was what I was told.
I'm still a no. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Alhadeff?
No.
Dr.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like we all, consensus is yes, that we would like to see this come back and what it would look like in terms of.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
Can we just make it clear for the public? I know this is especially for some of our municipal leaders. This would impact the 26, 27
Correct.
Boundary process. We're not talking about
Not
this
for next school year.
for this next
Correct.
upcoming
Yes.
school year,
Okay.
which would be 25, 26.
Right, because we have to go through the actual process.
So, but if I may, Mr. Dr. Superintendent, but to add to that, when you talk about a timeline, it is exactly what Ms. Batista said. It would be a part of next year's boundary process.
Correct.
So, but that is the timeline, and we're happy to lay it out so that people don't have to dig through policy. We're happy to lay out what the timeline and the process looks like.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I think I'm okay. So, for my comments, I know that Dr. Hepburn, Dade County and other large counties seems to have a different board office model than we do, and I know that we have a lot of constituent concerns. We also have governance concerns. And oftentimes we have somewhere between 3,000 to 5,000 pages to go through and so on. And we have one secretary, right? So I know that Dade County has a secretary, a legislative aide, and a budget for their office and all of that. I'm not saying we should go full scale, but I'd like to have the superintendent review the Miami-Dade County Board Office model, as well as similar government models such as our Broward County Commission, specifically focusing on their office staff structure and budget allocations. The goal is to evaluate how these models address efficiency in managing the high volume of constituent concerns and governance workload. The superintendent can bring back this information to the board and share it via the board follow-up email process, preferably by March 18th.
Ms. Batista, we keep getting stuck in this because I've seen it different ways. One board member can give a direction, then I was told they cannot. So one board member is asking for something. Do we need a consensus here to ask Dr. Hepburn to do what's being asked?
Yes, you would need the rest of the board to.
Okay, great. I'll go this way. Mrs. Rupert, how do you feel about Dr. Holness's suggestion?
Bringing information back, that's it.
Bringing information back, I didn't hear what you, okay, she's a no. Mrs. Al-Haddad?
No.
Ms. Thompson? Okay, I'm a no. Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
No.
5-4. So, Dr. Hepburn? I think it was a 5-4 yes. I think it was 5 yes.
I believe it was 5 yes.
Yes, so,
So just on timeline,
repeat that.
March 18th, maybe too early.
Okay.
Yep, we're in Tallahassee, and we're going to be making phone calls and trying to figure out other structures. And so if we can get probably like 2 weeks.
That's fine. I'll
Yeah,
leave
it is
that.
spring break. I'm taking my
April
time.
1st?
Yeah.
April is
1st of
fine.
April, yes.
That's fine. That's fine. No problem. Thank you.
okay. Thank you. We have to go back and do the leasing court meeting, and then I'll come back to everybody else who had something to say.
I haven't had the opportunity to speak yet on this issue.
We are done. We voted
Well,
on it, so.
I had asked you and signaled to you several
I have
times.
you down for,
Well, I'm just going to put this in the record that I've been asked by the audience that the board please consider the boundary making a choice area for future siblings so they can choose between
just
Coral
discussed
Glades
that,
High School
Mrs. Pham, we
and
just discussed
Marjorie
that and
Stoneman
agreed.
Douglas.
We agreed. But
Okay.
it will be for next boundary. We had a whole discussion on that.
And will that be for 2026,
Yes.
25, 26?
No,
Or 26, 27?
27, we just clarified that.
Okay.
So thank you.
That's my question.
We have to recess the regular school board meeting, so.
And I have one more thing I wanted to put on the board that I didn't get a chance to
Okay,
open
when
speaking.
we come back, you can do that. We have to go to the leasing court meeting. We're late for it.
Can I ask, sorry, Chair, because sometimes it gets complicated, we'll reconvene and all that with the technology. I was going to ask Ms. Batista, are you allowed to do this portion of the meeting at the conclusion of the leasing course so we can end this meeting?
That's it. Can you rephrase what you just said?
I only have a few minutes. It's not long.
Mrs. Pham, we have to, you're next on you're a couple people down on the list. There's a list.
Can we adjourn this meeting and have board discussion in the leasing?
We can adjourn this meeting because we need to have the attorney-client session during the board meeting. So,
Okay.
And Mrs. Pham also has to speak, so that, yeah,
Well, we have a list. She's third on the list.
okay. And others.
Okay. So do I need does Beacon need a minute for us to recess and us do the board? Okay, so we're going to recess the meeting so that we can do the board leasing court meeting. That was a time certain. Thank you.
The meeting of the Board of Directors of the Broward School Board Leasing Corp. is hereby called to order. May I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the last meeting and held November 19th, 2024?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. The purpose of this meeting is to consider the following: the adoption of Resolution 25-01, authorizing the execution of amended and restated Schedule 2005A-1, amended and restated Schedule 2006-1, and amended and restated Schedule 2007A-1 to master the lease purchase agreement, approving the form of a series of 2025A supplemental trust agreement, approving negotiated sale of certificates of participation, Series 2025A, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $225 million, approving the use of a preliminary offering statement and authorizing its distribution use, authorizing the execution and delivery of a final offering statement, authorizing the execution of such further agreements and amendments to other agreements as shall be necessary or desirable to carry out the purposes of this resolution. Is there any board discussion? Is there any audience discussion? Is there any board discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Pham?
Sure. I have here, are we also doing the leasing court meeting, right?
That is what we are doing right now.
Exactly. I never got the separate script. It says see separate script, so I'll be a no right off the bat. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback. Is there a motion and second? Oh, may I have a motion and second to approve the resolution 25-01?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. There being no other business to be brought before this board, the president will entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, sorry.
No, we still have colleague discussion.
We just did discussion.
No, okay.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Dixon.
Yeah, okay.
I was just
Yeah,
following the script.
Okay. Thank you. We'll continue the discussion of my colleagues. So next up is Mrs. Leonardi.
Madam Chair, I apologize. You have to end this meeting, then we have to reconvene the regular school board meeting. We're in the leasing corp right now.
I thought that's what she did. Okay.
No, she was about to end the leasing
Sorry,
corp.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. There being no other business to be brought before this board, the president will entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. The motion having been made and seconded, the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, and we welcome back to our regular school board meeting. And next is Mrs. Leonardi for discussion or student successes.
Yeah, I had a question regarding the policy 8010. So I know we just had talked about not being able to give priority to a geographical area per policy now that we passed that several months ago. It's my understanding, though, that at least one of our schools that I can think of does give priority seats to a geographical area. So I just wanted to clarify that and see if we needed to take any action with the changed policy.
Dr. Fulton.
Dr. Wanza?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Leonardi. So I'll have Mr. Beck come down. So when boundaries were established, right, for certain schools, in the boundary that the board approved, the attendance area, there are a few schools that have a prescribed choice area, but that is established in the boundary process, right, for those years, and then they may carry on for subsequent years, particularly when we have years where the board adopts the previous year's boundaries as the next year's boundaries, or the current year as the next year. But those are prescribed as official in the official attendance areas for the school. So when my residential address is assigned to a school, I may have a choice of selecting one or two schools because of some decisions that were made by the board.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give a special shout out to Flanagan High School student Kaylee Eugene, who finished 8th in the state of Florida for wrestling championships. Woo woo. And then also a special shout out recognition for our staff, our KCW Staff Employee of the Month, Troy Wheaton, who's an instructional facilitator in the Applied Learning Department, because we do monthly Employee of the Months, and I think it's just nice that we shout out our staff for working so hard. That's it.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to do some clarification. While I was in the restroom, there seemed to be a conversation generated about Central Park Elementary and some delays in work that was performed there from this Smart Bond. I just want to say, in reviewing everything, the impact analysis affects all items that were prior to me being there, starting in through 2021 and then going through the beginning of 2022. And that's what they looked at for these delays. So I wanted you to know that that predates when I was here, so I wouldn't have any information or knowledge about that. In addition, I did quote on the record that this particular contractor is in litigation, and it is a district policy that if we have something in litigation and that we are not able to discuss it. So I'm sorry, I can't give any information about this because it's going to be incorporated into something that's already been filed. But when I can speak about it, I certainly will. And I want to thank Mr. Zeman for bringing it to everyone's attention that that he concurred that 634 additional days was way too long. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will close this part out by saying congratulations to all of the athletes who participated in the Special Olympics track and field, and I think cheerleading was also this weekend. But Lauderhill 6 through 12, this is their first time participating, and their athletes did phenomenal. They did really, really well, so congratulations to them. And I have a question kind of on the lines of what Mrs. Leonardi was asking. So Broward Estates, we're going through the repurposing part, and they were given priority in order to go to what schools they wanted to based on the fact that they were closing their school. So does our policy speak to that? Because I still don't understand why we can't make the students that were affected a priority for reassignment.
So what we did with Broward Estates, we did not have to impact, if you will, right, the school, the choice process at all. So let me start with that. And when we said priority, we mean we prioritize the way that we handle those families, not necessarily taking a seat from another child. If that makes sense, one. Number two, the board gave us direction to make sure that we have concierge service, which is what we did. And we made certain that we spoke with and we were able to have an application on file and things of that nature before we concluded the choice process in that first application window, which closed on right after the showcase. It was January 21st or 2nd, and so parents are starting to receive notifications. And then let me go read. There is something in 8010 that talks about a school closure. There is something in 8010. I want to read it first before I say it specifically on the record, but there is something that talks about a school closure. And their school, for, while it was repurposed, it is being closed as a K-5 school.
Okay, so.
Okay, so, and I'm going to get that specific language. Give me 30 seconds, and then we'll so that we can say it on the record.
So here's a different question then, because reassignment falls under the boundary or
reassignment falls under school choice.
Okay.
But there is something in 8010 that speaks to when a school is closing.
Right. Well, this obviously isn't that. So I guess the question I'm asking is what would preclude us from bringing the school choice policy back so that we could ask about priority for reassignments?
So I think that was Dr. Zeman's question. His question was exactly that around the rulemaking process. Is the time that it takes to go through the rulemaking process would get us pretty much into the summer or the beginning of next school year, and we would have already concluded the reassignment process. That was his question specifically.
Okay, so why couldn't we do it instead of the boundary part of it, do a reassignment piece for the following school year? I mean, so we have options.
So even if we started the rulemaking process for policy 6200 today, we would not conclude that process and be done before August.
I know. I'm saying for not this coming school year, but the school year.
If the board is
26-27.
Not a problem. If the board is directing the superintendent to initiate rulemaking for policy for policy 6200, we would do just that.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Al-Haddad.
Thank you. So I would ask the board and the superintendent that today there needs to be communication out to District 4, Parkland, and Coral Springs specifically, to all the commissioners, the city managers, to the parents, to the public. Because what this board just did right now, it was, yes, done in a public meeting, okay, but now the outcome needs to be effectively communicated today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we all agree. Mrs. Bowman. Mrs. Bowman.
Can I make my little announcement? Okay. Thank you, Chair. I had the privilege of going to Water Matters Day through Broward County at Treetop Park on Saturday to present some of our students with prizes for having done infographics on planting for our future. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Julian Mora from Meadowbrook Elementary, Kirsten DeFerrari from Griffin Elementary, Lucia Scocco from Tequesta Trace Middle School, Noah Vidal from Tequesta Trace Middle School, Upsana Ria from South Plantation High School, and Laura Tejeda from Cypress Bay High School. They all did an awesome job, and it was great to see them. Also, Miramar High got honorable mention for the Emerald Award, which was also very cool.
Awesome. Very good. At this time, we are going to have an attorney-client session. Oh, sorry, Dr. Zeman.
Sorry about it. It's out of my style, but it's just one of these little announcements. Stranahan High School won the 4A basketball championship, which is phenomenal. But then, to follow that up, their marching band did the Fort Lauderdale St. Patrick's Day Parade, and following that, they won Best in Show. So they were not only fabulous, I was able to walk with them throughout the parade and to announce them from the bandstand, but then when they took all the votes, Stranahan was the best in show. So way to go, Dragons.
Excellent. Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
Through the superintendent, if it's okay, I just want to make sure staff has clear direction of communicating to District 4 constituents.
Go ahead. Mr. Sullivan, if you have any specific questions.
Just, I'm going to say what our understanding is, just so we're clear. So the superintendent, through the boundary process, will establish a choice boundary area for MSD and Coral Glades for the 26-27 school year to present to the board for a vote.
Will be a part of the boundary process.
For,
It-
I
it
think
would
just
do the
add
ba-
C4, just to be specific.
Yes.
Does anyone just, so we're good?
Thanks.
And then just a really brief update on next week for the board. The superintendent did ask me to provide what to expect for the board members who are there. So there's a lot going on because there's 3 events. There's Broward County Schools event that we take 50 high school students up. And then there's Broward Days, which all the local leaders go up to Tallahassee. And then there's the School Board Association events going on. The meetings that we're requesting through Broward Schools are primarily for the students and those groups, which board members would have an opportunity to attend those meetings with students. But outside of that, it will be really difficult for us to secure individual meetings only because of the packed week. So I know other board members are going back to Tallahassee through the consortium's event, which is a few weeks later. So that's probably the better opportunity to have individual meetings with elected officials for the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Ms. Batista, I believe we now have an attorney-client session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene an attorney-client session in order to discuss litigation pending before the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, in the following matter: Burke Construction Group, Inc. versus the School Board of Broward County and the School Board of Broward County versus Crane Atlantis Engineering, Inc., case number 2022-013053. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members Deborah Hickson, Chair; Sarah Leonardi, Vice Chair; Lori Alhadeff; Maura McCarthy-Bullman; Brenda Pham, Esquire; Dr. Jeff Holness; Nora Rupert; Rebecca Thompson; Dr. Alan Zeman; Dr. Howard Hepburn, Superintendent of Schools; Thomas Cooney, Esquire; and Marilyn Batista, Esquire, BCS. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, March 11, 2025, at 1 p.m. in accordance with Section 286.011, parent 8 of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to the pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record the session. Only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. At this time, the School Board of Broward County will recess the regular school board meeting for an attorney-client session. The attorney-client session will be held in the boardroom on the first floor of the Kathleen C. Wright Administration Center, 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301. The attorney-client session will take approximately 15 minutes. At the conclusion of the business of the attorney-client session, the regular school board meeting will reconvene. All persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session, please exit the room at this time. The regular school board meeting is now reconvened, and the scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Have a great day.
Let the record reflect it's 2:16. Woo!